Good afternoon, everyone. This is the City Council meeting of March 31, 2023. And this is an interview of the 2023 Boards and Commissions recruitment. I'm going to call that to order. Madam Clerk, will you please take roll?
Yes, ma'am. Councilmember Burt.
Here.
Mayor Koo.
Here.
Councilmember Lowy.
Here.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Here.
Vice Mayor Stone. Councilmember Tanaka. And Councilmember Vinker.
Here.
For the record, 5 present, still a quorum.
Thank you so much. With that, we're going to get started. And when you catch your breath, Madam Clerk, will you call the first interviewer? First person to be interviewed.
Yes, ma'am. Did you want to take public comments first for items
Sure,
not on the
thank you.
agenda?
Why don't I do that? So today we're interviewing for the Planning and Transportation Commission first. Then the Historic Resources Board, and then the Utilities Advisory Commission. This is going to be public comments for items not on the agenda. Again, not on the agenda, and you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
If anyone would like to make comments, please use the raise your hand function. Seeing no request to speak, we'll close public comment.
Do we take public comments for these items?
We're not taking action on this item. You're welcome to take public comments at the beginning if you'd like for the candidates. But we're not taking action tonight, and we can take them.
In that
next
case, why
Monday.
don't we just go ahead and go to the interview, please?
Okay. All right, our first candidate is George Liu, who's online. Mr. Liu, you are welcome to start. You have 10 minutes.
Cool. Yeah, thank you for taking the time, and thank you for inviting me. I know there were a lot of interviews. So I guess I'll just start with a short, oh, sorry.
I just wanted to kind of give you a process of how we're going to do the interview. We're going to start with about a minute for you to introduce yourself, and then do an intro, and then council members will ask you questions, and then we'll give you a few minutes, about 45 seconds to close. The full interview would be about for 10 minutes. Why don't you go ahead now? Thank you so much.
Cool. Yeah, that sounds good. Okay, cool. So yeah, I find like lobbying here in front of you a little bit awkward, but I find these issues really important and really interesting. And I think I can offer some different perspectives that would be valuable for the city. So my potential vision of a world in Palo Alto that I would love to live in is a world where we've infill parking lots from the Stanford Shopping Center to downtown to Cal Ave to South Ventura to the Stanford Research Park, where we build human scale, architecturally beautiful mixed use buildings with open space. And we connect all of those spaces with separated, safe bike lanes. And so this is just this vision of having all of our major commercial retail areas connectable with basically a 25-minute bike ride from any particular part, where we can actually fulfill our housing element with potentially room to spare, where we can really control our development, where we can build affordable housing and promote diversity. And we can also do so in a politically feasible way with human scale development, with community benefits, and hopefully reduce car traffic and reduce climate impact per resident. So I'm really coming here to promote and advance that mission and that vision of what Palo Alto could be like. My ulterior motive, I guess, is to basically bring back some parts of Palo Alto that I've really loved. So as a student here, I dreamed of living near Cal Ave, and now I do. But places like the Nut House or the Cine Arts Theater have closed, and they'll eventually reopen in some form, but we don't really have the same conditions to support a dive bar with peanut shells all over the floor like we had before. And I want to make Palo Alto more dynamic, more open, and kind of more capable of supporting that kind of kind of community building and small businesses. So I could give a quick blurb on my experience as well. I currently work at Meta. I'm a product manager. My scope in urban planning and transportation has largely come from always being an enthusiast and a follower of urban planning principles. This really kind of came to a head in 2018 when I worked for Bird Scooters. So that's really the first and most dynamic scooter sharing company. And that was just a fascinating window to work in micromobility and just see how city policies and technical products and transportation can actually improve communities and improve outcomes for our riders, for our company, for the small businesses that we partnered with. And after Bird, I joined Meta, where I worked on really interesting kind of policy-related initiatives too. So I led the misinformation product for the last few years, covering a bunch of critical elections. But through this entire process, I've really missed and I've really felt a calling to kind of go back to some of that work at Bird and just work on making this, like, my city and my communities more livable.
Thank you.
So yeah, I would love to take some questions.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Liu. Would any council members like to start off with a question for Mr. Liu? Please keep your questions concise so that we give him as much chance to answer. Councilmember Burr?
Oh, that was.
I'm sorry, was that a nod at me?
I'm game to
Okay.
go ahead. So thank you for applying. So what, in addition to more nutshells, what transportation needs would you think are highest priority in our community and most doable for our community that you'd like to pursue?
Yeah. I think there are a few different levels of that question. I think there are kind of table stakes, like kind of doubling down on what already works well. So improving some of the bike lanes we currently have, making them more separated, clear, investing in, or kind of continuing to evaluate and invest in Palo Alto Link and the ride sharing service. I think yeah, kind of making sure that the things we do well, from the Marguerite shuttle to other shuttles and buses, work well. I think from there's another level of more ambitious projects. The project nearest and dearest to my heart is bike lanes, and making those kind of secure first-class means of transit. From there, I am particularly interested in micromobility, and also particularly interested in our bus programs. So my girlfriend actually commutes to Oakland from the Calab area, and there are a lot of small issues that I think an advocate on the PTC could actually raise and flag up the chain. I think Dumbarton Express has a lot of well-known issues. And so, yeah, I would just prioritize micromobility and mass transit.
Okay. I better let others ask a question.
Thank you, Mr. Liu, and thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Always a pleasure to be in the presence of a former student. Exciting to see somebody relatively young apply to be so involved in the city. It's really inspiring for those of us who are older. My question is, what experience do you have? I found your vision quite exciting, the way you just opened and described it. But a lot of people feel differently. And so what is your experience bringing people on board with a vision that they may not be inclined to embrace, but through the right kind of conversation and process, you've been able to achieve some visionary change?
Yeah, I think that's been maybe the major part of my job for the last several years. So at Bird, for instance, the success of our entire scooter sharing company depended on working with cities and making the program actually successful for cities. And so I thought and worked with company leadership to build really strategic and equitable investments, things like low income programs or restricting parking in ways that minimize impact to other city infrastructure. And so it was just really thinking creatively about what we could actually offer and how we could kind of manage scope so that we so that we could launch a successful program in a reasonable way. And that's kind of been repeated in other contexts like my misinformation or policy work at Meta. And so there's a path to do this here in the city as well. Like we have a lot of bike lanes at various levels of quality that are not, it's not a stretch to imagine connecting them. We have a lot of open space that everyone, or surface lots that most people agree could be valuable, affordable housing. And kind of building on that is, seems kind of imminently reasonable. There are things that we value as a community, and I think we don't necessarily have to build like 10-story buildings. We don't have to add a lot of office space. We just have to be consistent and deliberate. And I think that can actually get us really far with the amount of surface lots and kind of pent up demand that we do have.
So Mr. Liu, I think you have about 35 seconds left. Would you like to do a closing?
Sure. I mean, I'd be happy to. Yeah. So I think I've kind of laid out my vision and laid out my piece. Just fundamentally care deeply about making our city more diverse, more equitable, and a more dynamic place to live. And I think sorry, I'm seeing the clock tick down. But yeah, I would love to engage with the PTC and make that happen over the long term.
Thank you so much, Mr. Liu. Madam Clerk.
Okay, our next candidate is Arthur Keller, and Mr. Keller is also online. 1 second, I'll activate him.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Keller. Hello, how are you?
I'm
Sure.
on the Caltrain, so I can't, so you have difficulty hearing me because I'm on Caltrain.
Okay, thank you so much. Public transport. We are going to start with the interview. It's 10 minutes, and we're going to start with you going ahead and giving us an intro for about a minute. And if you like, we can keep the last 45 seconds for your closing. So if you'd like to get started with your intro, please go ahead, Mr. Keller.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, City Council members, members of the public who are listening. My name is Arthur Keller. I've been on the Planning Commission before. My proudest participation was in making sure that the bike lane, we have the bike bridge over 101, because we discovered that we didn't have a bike bridge in South Palo Alto, and therefore, but other towns were building one. I asked why, because they studied it. That therefore we had to study. Therefore, I initiated Palo Alto studying the bike bridge, and that's why we have not bike bridge now over 101 in South Palo Alto. So I've seen how working slow and steady on policies can make a difference. That's all I'm going to say.
Thank you, Mr. Keller. Great. So we'll open it for council member questions. Council member. Council member Vinker.
Hello, Mr. Keller, and thank you for applying. I wanted to talk to you about the makeup of the commission. Do you think it's important to have a range of perspectives represented on the commission? And if they're not, were you to serve on it, how would you ensure that you've heard and understood the views of our fellow residents on the issues that would come before the commission?
Well, that's a good question. I believe that that the commission should represent a range of views. However, I also believe that the commission should represent the views of various members of the city. And I think that I would listen to members of the city represent their views. I do not ride bicycles very often, but I do. That's why. But I did insist on building a bike bridge because I felt it was very important for those who do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lawling.
I wanted to ask you if you could control the PTC agenda, which we know is hard to do. What would you rank as the top 3 most important issues that we should just jump on?
The first issue we have to jump on is the housing element because we're required to jump on it very quickly. Secondly, I would have arranged for figure out where to in terms of transportation. We have to figure out where to put bike lanes, and we have to figure out where to how to reduce the impact of traffic on residents. The third situation is we have to rezone a bunch of sites for housing because that's required in our housing element. Thank you.
Councilmember Burt. Councilmember Lithcott Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Keller, thank you so much for applying. My question for you is, when you look back on decisions of the PTC in recent years, or perhaps going as far back as you like, can you cite a decision that you disagreed with and why, please?
Well, that's a good question. I would have to say that I disagree with the policy of having built 2 lines on El Camino Real. I think that these built 2 lines are harmful because then they have a monolith of building. Back if they don't have wider sidewalks. That's the right to build buildings further back. But I do not want a cars parking in front of the building. That's the requirement. Then not that they build to the edge of the sidewalk.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So Arthur, you mentioned the important next steps of rezoning sites for the housing element. What are your thoughts on the sites that were put in the element that was submitted to the state and compared to any changes in priorities or locations that you think would be more appropriate?
In selecting those sites. But what we have to realize is that the sites represent a number of that we have to fulfill, which is over 6,000 locations. 6,000 building the requirement, but whether those sites are sufficient or whether, because for example, I would like.
Bar connection to San Francisco Airport.
Sorry for interruption. I would like to be able to have more sites on Sanford Shopping on Sanford Research Park. I'd like to have more sites, especially there because that's where That's where jobs are. Our biggest job center is. So I'd like to have more site research park site, but we can't.
Thank you, Mr. Keller. Your connection is not too well. Just want to let you know. But my question would be, what do you see as the primary role of the
Okay.
commission? Uh-oh, I think we might have lost it. Mr. Keller?
I see the primary role of the commission is to decide, give advice that. I'm here. Primary role of commission is to decide, to give advice to the city council on land use and transition issues.
Thank you. Would you
Can you hear me?
Yes, we heard some of it.
Hello?
Hello, I think we heard some of it. Mr. Keller?
Hello?
No, we're good. Can you hear me?
Yes, the primary purpose of the, yes, I can hear you. The primary purpose of the city council, of the PTC, is to give advice to city council on land use and
Very
transition
good.
issues.
Very good. Thank you.
Go
Would
ahead.
you, is there any other questions? No. So, Mr. Keller, would you like to give us a closing of why you'd like to be on the commission?
I think the planning commission is a very important body. They have to get, they have a question of the requirement to abide by the law. We have a requirement to abide by the housing element. We have the requirement to implement the housing element. But I think we have some leeway in terms of how we do that. So I'd like to be on the commission in order to give my vision in terms of how in terms of the future of the city, because I think that the city has to remain livable for everybody. Thank you. I'll let you catch up on time.
Thank you, Mr. Keller. You're really good on time. We will thank you for your application, and we'll
You're
move
welcome.
to the next. Thank you so much.
Okay. Our next candidate is Alan Aiken here in the chamber.
Hello, Mr. Aiken. Welcome, and thank you for your application. I think you heard the process is 10 minutes for your interview. You can start with a 1-minute introduction and then 45 or closing, 45-second closing. Thank you.
Very good. Since I know nearly all, or have spoken to you, nearly all of you very recently, I will minimize my personal introduction. I got into this through interest in transportation issues, and later the connection to housing became a necessary part of that analysis. In my own background that's relevant, I've been involved in a couple of projects with city staff and with electeds, and I hope to leverage that experience to provide service to the council as a member. I was the experience that I've gained to PTC. So I come into this not with an all-encompassing vision that I hope to implement for the city, but with a dedication to just getting some hard work done that that's needed for practical and economic implementation of the visions that I think we all have. I think that's a good introduction, so I'll stop there.
Thank you, Mr. Aiken. Will you pull the mic up? Yes, thank you. And if any council members would like to provide a question? Councilmember Lowing.
Thank you for applying. I noticed in your application, you talked about things such as having to spend 3 years on an EIR for your own house. And now you want to come back for more punishment. So my serious question is, what did you learn from that makes you want to get even more involved?
what I learned from that was the importance of the relationship with staff and a respect for the abilities of staff as well as the constraints under which they operate. I don't think that's a widely held skill, but it's crucial for the sort of role that you need to play on PTC. And I think, as you all know, on council. It's helpful to have the background of what it takes to get through the EIR development, no matter what you're doing, to understand the process and the limits of the process.
Thank you. Councilmember Lithcott-Heems.
Thank you so much, Mr. Aiken, for applying. I'm looking at your application and really appreciated that you mentioned that we have to deal with transportation improvements on San Antonio, grade separations, and you suggested we should initiate the coordinated area plan for downtown. Those are all three enormous topics. So pick one of them and give us a sense of what your vision is about where we want to go and how you would approach convincing whomever is not in agreement with you.
I can touch on more than one in a brief answer, I think. Grade separation is, I think, the low-hanging fruit. That's what we need to tackle first. I attended the PTC meeting here yesterday where we talked about area plans, and I'm persuaded that the downtown area plan is not the highest priority of those things that we need to consider. So I'd like to submit that the San Antonio area is where we should be concentrating next. What's the vision there? How do you build a neighborhood out of what's essentially a light industrial area? Transportation is a huge part of that. Like it or not, we are stuck with automobiles on a large scale for a long time. We have to make that work, even while we make provisions for other systems in the future.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So aside from a downtown area plan, we have work commencing on kind of a downtown urban revitalization for how do we bring vitality back to the downtown in this changing environment. What are your thoughts on what should be done in that arena?
It's tricky because we don't know what return to work is going to look like. And I'm going to put a stake in the ground that return to work is going to happen on a large scale. So we are not going to have the freedom to drastically reorganize our use of the built space downtown. I think those people are coming back. Make changes, for example, by consolidating properties, but also what type of businesses can succeed in that area. If we're going to go back to a model where we're mostly dealing with businesses that take advantage of the commute population, that's a different trade-off than if we're building something for residents or if we're building something as a destination area like you might say downtown Redwood City has become.
As a follow-up, what are your thoughts on whether or not the downtown area, the greater downtown area, should be a site for significant new housing?
Perhaps surprisingly, I'm fairly indifferent about that. I think the idea that housing co-located with work will eliminate transportation demands is not correct. And Palo Alto is perhaps the best example of that anywhere in the Bay Area. We have enough jobs here for everyone to hold three, and yet 75% of our workers commute to other cities. So having housing downtown, I think, is a good thing for the vitality of the city as a whole, but is not going to be a panacea for either transportation issues or for the return of retail. I've made the comment publicly that retail downtown was in better shape when population density here was lower. And the reasons for that are varied, but at least the systematic changes in retail because of online and the nature of the population downtown. I don't think those bode well for the kind of retail we used to have.
Thank you.
Councilmember Venker.
Thank you, Mayor Ku, and thank you, Mr. Aiken, for applying. As Councilmember Lowing mentioned, you had a lengthy process yourself with the city planning department.
My sympathy goes out to everyone.
And as I think you likely know, we just got comments back on our housing element and will now need to move relatively quickly, both at the PTC and at the council level. So do you have thoughts about how you work in groups like the PTC to get along and to move things forward efficiently and effectively, and what that should look like in terms of returning something to council that would be helpful to us?
Okay, that's a big question. I'll try to
Yes.
be very brief, but I want to hit two things there. One is I did read the HCD comments and I found most of them to be quite reasonable. And I noticed Director Late has anticipated many of them because his schedule for getting the next iteration is much faster than I expected. The second part I'd like to answer is getting along with other folks to get things done. Civility in the operation of the commission is very important to me. We have had years where that was not available to us. And I think the contrast between those years and the better ones is really clear to anyone who's been watching the commission. I don't have much to say in closing other than thank you for considering my application, and I very much appreciate your time. I hope to have a chance to make your lives easier in the future.
Thank you very much for applying, Mr. Aiken. Madam Clerk.
Yes, ma'am. Our next candidate is Scott O'Neill here in the chamber. Welcome, Mr. O'Neill.
Hi, thank you. I'd like to start by telling you a little bit about myself and why I'm passionate about housing issues. I grew up in the slowly watching my generational cohort, at least those who didn't go into technology specifically, get displaced out of the region by housing costs. And I'm also a father of two great, brilliant young children, and I don't want the same thing to happen to them. I want to be able to hug my grandkids without buying plane tickets. And in order for that to happen, two things need to happen. One is we really need to start building more housing. We need to find a way to get to yes on more housing, and they're going to need jobs. So we need to spur economic development at the same time that we're sort of building our way out of this housing shortage. Beyond these selfish considerations, I'm very passionate about issues affecting the unhoused population. I am absolutely convinced that the root cause of homelessness in the United States is generally a housing shortage situation, housing scarcity driving people onto the streets. And from a moral perspective, I think you just always need to be considering the effects of on people who are not in the room and how that affects human well-being in the real world as we're considering these issues before commissions like this. So that's some of the perspective that I'm taking into the issue. Some of my experience, I grew up in a household, my dad is a structural engineer. I worked on a job site when I was a teenager. I've been the president of my HOA for the last few years. I've served on it served on the board for 8 or 10. We've tackled some interesting parking and transportation issues there. I solved the speeding issue. I've sued a developer. I think I'm the only candidate here who has sued a developer. That's my opening statement. I'll open it up to questions.
All right, thank you so much. Any questions from council members? All right, with that, then I guess I'll start. The state has, as you said, I'm going to say the state has multiple laws to make cities more dense in the name of reducing housing shortage. And they're controversial for multiple reasons, exceeding existing infrastructure, especially streets, changing the character of towns, benefiting developers at the expense of residents. So your position, what is your position on proper balance?
The proper balance of
having entertainment, retail, housing, office
Okay.
space,
Understood.
parks. What
Right.
is the proper balance? Is it all about housing? You know, what are the kids going to do? What are the seniors going to do?
There's an interesting study that came out of that was looking at new projects in New York, and they were looking at specifically natural experiments around new high rises going up. And what they found was that when these new high rises go up, rents in the immediate area go down. And there have been a few studies that look at this issue specifically. This one was interesting because they also looked at amenity effects, because one of the sort of countervailing theories is that amenities will cause prices to go up instead. And they actually found amenity effects. They were looking for effects like cafes opening up nearby and things that people will enjoy. And they found that amenity effect. They found the housing. They found that this was happening. This sort of development was occurring, but they still found that rents were going down. So I don't see the contradiction. I think that's my answer.
Yeah, I think my question about proper balance, but I think that was the Freeman white paper that you were speaking about. While rents did go down, I think that there were also the lower income folks that were displaced and gentrified. So I appreciate that. Ms. Lifcott-Hames, council member.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for applying. I'm intrigued by your statement in your application about goals for improving our processes here in the city. Within 4 years, I want our building permits to take no longer than twice as long as Redwood City's, completing in under 180 days. Within 4 years, I want half our applications to use objective standards, up from 0, I think. How do we get from where we are to achieving anything like that?
So I think what you need to start by doing is looking at the differences between how Palo Alto operates and how a city like Redwood City operates. And I haven't done that work. I haven't, I think ideally you start by like sitting down with the city planners and the planning department in Redwood City and sort of getting at the nuts and bolts of how these two cities operate differently, because they do actually get their building permits turned around in 90 days on average, like a third of us, right? And I think that's where you need to start. Another thing that can really help is getting away from these sort of lengthy re-entitlement processes as a part of, I think, basically every project. If you can get that, if you can reduce the amount of time that the bodies like this have to, if you can set the rules up front about what's allowed, what we want to see built, so that people don't need to ask for exceptions to the law for pretty much every project, then I think that can help accelerate things by quite a bit as well.
Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor Koo, and thank you for applying. So you mentioned, I believe, that you were president of your HOA and on the board for 8 to 10 years or something?
Yes.
Yes. So I'm sure a lot of interesting discussions came up during that time period. I'm sure there was not unanimity of thought throughout that period. Whereas you're all relatively similarly situated, given that you live in the same housing area. How did you make sure that you got a good representation of the residents' thoughts out on the table? And then what did you do if there was differing of opinion?
I'm a little bit strident on housing, so you might be surprised to learn that our board is very consensus driven. We have very few split votes. And we we encourage participation from the community to our utmost. We let, I mean, I don't think this would work as well in the PTC setting, but we let people talk out of turn and interrupt us, and we have open, honest conversations. And not a lot of what we've done has actually been very controversial. Suing the developer was the big one because all of a sudden you can't refinance your mortgage, and people were concerned. Why didn't you let us know in advance that you were going to do this? And it's like, well, because that creates the disclosure burden on you for your mortgage the second you know. That was a difficult conversation with some people who were just getting ready to put their home on the market, or had or who were or who were just about to try to refinance their mortgage. Does that answer your question, Councilmember?
Largely, I think I was wondering, I think the piece though about how do you make sure all of the different perspectives are represented? How do you elicit that so that you can get to those consensus decisions?
We just sort of work through the issues. I mean, everyone is heard. We try to be respectful. Actually, there was one interesting issue recently. We just installed security cameras, and someone was concerned about privacy. And we set up a process where in order to review the footage, you need 2 board members, and we split up the password into 2 sections, and not every board member knows, no board members knows both parts of the password. So yeah, we just try to be respectful and responsive and try to find ways to, to balance all the concerns.
Councilmember Burt.
Yes, thank you. So what do you think should be the allowed density of housing in what are R1 zone neighborhoods?
I think it would depend on the neighborhood. So I think that we have, I think there's some places where it makes a lot of sense to go much higher than R1. So if you look at Cal Ave, it sort of terminates up against the train tracks. And then right on the other side of that, you've got this pedestrian underpass so all these places are like immediately walkable to Caltrain, and all we have is R1 over there. And that's a huge, I think ideally along Alma, I think
Alma, I'm sorry, Alma's not zoned R1.
Well, on the other side, a lot of it, right on the other side of it, very close to it, it is R1, at least on Cal Ave, right?
Yeah, so yes, from Alma.
Yeah, so I was about to speak a little bit more generally along Alma. I think you should ideally want to be around 6 stories. So, and part of that is because the train goes running through and creates this noise effect that bothers everyone. If you could get developers to build a sound wall, I think that would create a lot of benefit for even single family homeowners like deeper into the city.
So you said about 6 stories in those R1 neighborhoods?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Great.
Thank you, Mr. O'Neill. Thank you for your application. I think the time is up.
Yes, thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Okay, our next candidate is Forrest Olaf Peterson here in the chamber. Welcome, Mr. Peterson.
Hello, Mr. Peterson. Your full interview is 10 minutes, and if you'd like to start with about a minute of an introduction of yourself and give yourself 30 seconds or 45 seconds for closing. Thank you.
Thank you. The Planning and Transportation Commission allows me to support the Palo Alto City Council. I split my time between research and tech industry employment. My PhD is from Stanford Engineering and School of Sustainability, where I was an unprecedented 4-time named fellow and supervised by a public policy medical doctor. Currently, I hold a staff research affiliation where I mentor doctoral students. During COVID, I was a public servant with the Division of Equity and Social Justice. I've taught relevant courses, including planning, law, economy, and integrated technology. I've completed 2 postdocs, one in engineering and one in education. I'm a reviewer for 3 academic journals and authored 24 peer-reviewed publications where my research is scored in the top 20% of international civil engineering research with over 200 citations. My academic accomplishments mirror my industry accomplishments. I invite you to review my resume in public policy, including education, nonprofits, and infrastructure oversight. and with tech companies and on public works, including a 500 million rail corridor and award-winning commercial buildings. I've completed courses on environmental and labor public policy, which I then mentored undergraduate groups on addressing community impacts. And I hold memberships with the ASTM Subcommittee on Water Use, as well as planning, environmental, and trade associations. Thank you. That was quite a bit.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Any questions from council? Okay, in that case, I'll go. When I was on the Comprehensive Advisory Committee, there was a strong advocacy for converting park space into housing. As a matter of fact, Palo Alto has been criticized for having 42% of its land under conservation protections against development. On the other hand, Palo Alto is significantly below official guidelines for the amount of park space per resident. So how would you handle this if it was brought to you by staff or advocates before the PTC?
Well, park space, of course, is important. And what makes Palo Alto, I think Palo Alto is that open space. And the space that we have is, of course, needs to be protected. But there's also a role for housing. And so I think maybe not even on a case-by-case basis, but more as a policy that park space should be protected. But then there's also a concern with housing and housing density rising. So there could be situations where park space would be looked at, but I would hope that question never came to me.
Thank you. Councilmember Lowing.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, you've got a lot of what would be called book learning. And how do you take all that book learning and work with 6 other people and come up with the right kind of policy? I mean, the right kind meaning considered diligence and so on. Well, kind of the process and how you get along with others, that type of question.
That's a great question. Of course, I work in some of the political spheres where there often are 600 people, maybe 600 people voting as a state delegate on some of the Democratic Party caucuses, and trying to build coalitions there and working across. I don't think I have to share that the Democratic Party might have some divisions within it. Challenge. And I think that's where I've really become more interested in public policy is how do you build those coalitions across those different caucuses without being publicly called out in front of everybody and demeaned in some way. And I've been successful at that.
Thank you. Councilmember Lithgott-Hames.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much for applying. I'm wondering if you could give us a sense, you refer to having delivered large transportation projects, and goodness knows we have that in our future. Can you give us a sense of how you would apply your background and expertise to the problems we have at hand regarding transportation?
Yes. So my expertise on large projects actually is probably one of the most in-depth. I don't know anybody else that I started off as a concrete laborer. I shoveled concrete on Interstate 80. I don't know how many cubic, tons of concrete I've probably placed there by shovel. And I've also been a project manager on the Reno Retract project where I supervised the batch plant. I don't know how many tons of concrete I supervised haul trucks to. I had a railroad put into the batch plant to bring the cement to the plant. That perspective on just what it would take to build something like that in Palo Alto, just the concrete alone, it becomes a complete supply chain problem of how do you bring these flows of resources. It's like rivers of resources coming into the project, and a lot of people talk about it. The project is like a train. You just have to stay in front of it and keep those resources like you're building track in front of the project. But that experience definitely I would have a pretty good understanding of.
And you said that was
That's Reno, Nevada.
Reno, Nevada.
Yeah. Which was a challenge by itself, being in a downtown environment like that.
Councilmember Stone, Vice Mayor Stone, I apologize.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good afternoon, Mr. Peterson. Thanks for applying. So PTC, like all boards and commissions, is an advisory body to the city council. How do you see kind of your role and maybe balancing your own personal views and interests and working with the board to ultimately advise the council?
That's an excellent question. I think that's one of the things I enjoy the most is trying to understand the positions that other people have and then to represent those positions. For example, graduate student workers were there was different issues within the engineering department. And I began advocating for the ability to pay for your own education at Stanford, like you bring your own money. And so everyone thought I was absolutely wealthy and that I was the person who was this because I'd done such a good job of advocating for what was actually my friend from Germany and won the provision for that. And so I think that's something I always do enjoy is taking the time to learn those positions and then speak to them as though they were my own.
Thank you. Councilmember Vinker.
I think my question has been answered because I wanted to ask about the hands-on concrete and not just the book learning. And I think Ms. Lithcott-Hames got to that. So I don't have any questions at this time, but thank you for applying.
Thank you.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So on our housing issue side, I don't know how familiar you are with what we've submitted on our housing element and where we've looked to put that housing. Do you have any thoughts on where our higher density housing should be located and how much housing should be located in R1 neighborhoods?
Right. I understand this question. Right now there's a push to put a lot of the high density at the San Antonio shopping center. I think there might even be some factions would say just to take the entire shopping center and convert it to an entire high density block. But the problem is that then that puts all the high density essentially all at one rail stop. Everybody's going to be getting on and off the train at San Antonio. Whereas if you spread that high density across the multiple, rail stops, the rail being one of the most prominent public transportation access points. And so I definitely think there needs to be an understanding of how to spread the high density housing across Palo Alto while also being respectful of the current communities of Palo Alto and not, en bloc changing into the feel of entire communities. And I live in an apartment by California Avenue. And so I moved there on purpose, and I'm probably in one of the higher density areas within Palo Alto, but I don't think anybody would probably think of Cal Ave as a particularly high density area.
Thank you. Would you like to give a closing,
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
So my biggest thought process is, as a civil engineer, we're constantly educated to have public policy and serving the public at the forefront. And I think the Planning and Transportation Commission gives me that opportunity to be able to show that role, not just for me, but for the other engineers who maybe don't necessarily have the time to sit there, and to just bring that benefit of having the university here with the education and the advanced technologies and thought processes, and provide that as a service to the city council.
Mr. Peterson, thank you very much for your application.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Yes, ma'am. Our next candidate is Alex Kamsa here in the council chamber. Welcome, Mr. Kamsa.
Hello,
Hello.
Mr. Kamsa.
Yes, so my name is Alex Kamsa. You guys all know me by now. We spent so much time during the campaign last year, talking during debates, coffee meetings, and so forth. I'm a dad. I have 2 kids in a PA USD. I have about 15 years experience in local real estate, involved in building 2 houses for my immediate family, including one IR process. Been involved in multiple projects from land acquisition to entitling, selling the finished product. So I do have a good understanding about real estate in general and land use. I truly believe that I could be a valuable asset for the city when it comes to PTC. You guys all know by now that I'm pro-housing where it makes sense. Also building with the idea of preserving the character of Palo Alto. I am applying since obviously the city council didn't happen for me last year, and I was asked by so many people to get involved, to get some government experience under my belt for future opportunities. And yeah, I was really asked by so many people and ARB members, even reporters from Daily Post. So I'm here to serve, as I'm ready to be a great resource for the city.
Thank you, Mr. Kamsa. Questions back to the council? Any questions? Okay. In that case, Mr. Kamsa, the state has multiple laws to make cities more dense in the name of reducing housing shortage. These are controversial for multiple reasons, exceeding existing infrastructure, especially streets and parks, changing the character of towns, benefiting developers at the expense of residents. So what is your position on the arguments and proper balance?
I'm a big fan of preserving the character of our neighborhoods, getting obviously input from residents from all parts of Palo Alto, not necessarily North Palo Alto or other parts of Palo Alto. I believe in building where it makes sense at a large scale. I think the city, especially planning, is dealing with lack of resources when it comes to handling individual applications in order to meet the requirements. I believe working with Stanford in order to build the research park, Stanford Shopping Center, more like a Santana Row type of setup with retail on the bottom and 3-4 stories of multifamily on top. I expressed ideas in terms of converting the underutilized parking lots into mixed projects as well.
Thank you. Councilmember Byrd.
Thank you. So on the our housing element, we have identified sites for 6,000 units. Do you have any thoughts on where you think those sites should be different from what's been identified in the housing element?
I took a complete break from November after the election, so I'm not super familiar with the latest developments in the housing element over the last 3 months. I can honestly mention that. Besides the ADUs, a few hundreds of ADUs and single-family houses that will happen naturally, I would focus on 3-4 areas. The three that I just mentioned: the Research Park, Stanford Shopping Center. Between those two, I could see 3,000 units, about 7 to 1,000 units in parking lots. I'm not a huge fan of building around San Antonio Shopping Center and Costco due to the fact that it's difficult to create a neighborhood there, and it's very industrial and other reasons. But I'm also not a huge fan of creating housing in besides the parking lots in the downtown. It looks like the trend is to do mixed use with super expensive penthouses on top, and that's definitely not a way of creating affordable housing.
Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor Ku, and thank you for applying. So you mentioned in your application that affordable housing is your top priority, and talk about the need for adding lots of it per the housing element. And so I want you, could you talk a little bit about how we should go about citing, incentivizing, and funding it? Because that's a hard thing. And as part of that, talk a little bit about, all affordable developments versus inclusionary housing and how you might encourage the city to approach that.
Since the city lacks when it comes to in-house resources, when it comes to real estate, if you compare ourselves with Stanford, where they have a department of 5 to 10 people that handle real estate, I would be supporting partnering up with Stanford to create at least of half of the housing element units through Stanford, and I believe Stanford is up to partnering up. We just have to find a way to make that happen between the Research Park and the Stanford Shopping Center. I know for sure that they are looking to creating affordable housing, mainly rental units. And Stanford never sells land, so they will be building on their own land, and they will be subleasing, obviously, for a number of years. And I truly believe that we should take advantage of the opportunity that Stanford is up to partnering up. Besides that, I think that in order to create affordable housing at a large scale, the only way I see that is to look into city assets that are underutilized. And those parking lots are a great example of opportunities that we have. And I believe a proposal was submitted a couple of years ago in terms of converting those parking lots that we own free and clear. And that's a great opportunity to create actually mixed projects with some retail on the bottom, so we could revive a bit the downtown Cal Avenue as well.
Thank you, Councilmember Lithgow-Haynes.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much for applying. We've heard the perspective tonight that the state laws regarding housing are problematic for various reasons. I'm wondering if you can tell us which state law on housing most excites you.
I mean, it's definitely the housing element that's prompting cities to act instead of react to the demand, I would say. I talked during the campaign last year in regards to SB 9 and SB 10, and those two doesn't look like are getting lots of traction. If I recall, last year we had one or two applicants, when it comes to SB 9. So it's definitely not a project that's creating housing in Palo Alto. So the housing element is definitely the one that we should focus on, I believe, although if we don't partner up with Stanford, or if we don't look into truly using our assets to build affordable housing, I believe those numbers might be hard to achieve.
Would you like to give a closing quick with the remaining time?
I'm just grateful for the opportunity, and I'm here to serve, and I'm hoping that my land use expertise would become a great resource for the city.
Thank you for applying, Mr. Kamsah.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, and our final candidate for the Planning and Transportation Commission is Kari Templeton.
Hello, Commissioner Templeton.
Hello, Madam Mayor. How are you?
Very
It's
good,
wonderful to
thank
be
you.
here tonight. I'm Carrie Templeton. I've been on the Planning and Transportation Commission for 4 years, and I'm very proud of the opportunity to do the work. I'm proud of the work we've done together and the collaboration that we've had, discussions we've had. We don't always agree, but I think we've been able to provide helpful input to the council. So I decided to reapply for another term.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Hi, Commissioner Templeton. Thanks for reapplying. I know you've been serving on the PTC for a while. What drives you to seek another term, and what do you hope to be able to accomplish in this term that you feel like you haven't been able to, and what you think you realistically can do?
Well, I'm not sure if me personally, I have accomplished what I wanted to with the Planning Commission. I think it's been great to analyze the items that are going to be in front of you after we deal with them, and to dig in and ask good questions and make sure that staff and applicants and the public have really had a chance to chew on it before it comes to you. So I think from that perspective, that's been satisfying for me, and that's another reason I would want to reapply. But there are other things that we need to finish, and that's NVCAP, the rail crossings, and so forth. And I think these things are, they take a lot of time to learn, and we're not done with those. And I've invested some time in there, and I think I have more to contribute if I were to continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for reapplying, Commissioner. What do you think people don't understand about planning and transportation issues if they haven't had the opportunity you have had to dive so deeply into these issues?
A great question. I will say the first thing that comes to mind is the pace of government is not the pace of business. Until you've been up there trying to work on a project that's not necessarily going to complete in your lifetime, right? Like you're going to experience all of this as well, if you haven't already. So I think that learning to be patient, learning to understand the perspectives and how to value the perspectives that may differ from your own, because they're valid. Right? These are all citizens and residents of our city, and they have a perspective, and you need to hear it. And so learning how to do that is something that takes time and experience.
Thank you. Councilmember Finker.
Welcome, Commissioner Templeton, and thank you for reapplying. In your application, you describe a March 2021 discussion at the PTC about train crossings and called it the most memorable, collaborative, productive discussion we ever had in my time on PTC. And then you go on to say wrestling with the pros and cons. So diving into details and arriving at consensus, a unanimous 6-0 vote. So I'm quite intrigued by that. And I want to hear more about it in the context of this question. Do you think it's important to have a range of perspectives around the commission table? And if you do not have sufficient range, how would you go about getting and learning the views of our fellow residents that weren't represented at the commission table?
Yes, we couldn't possibly have every perspective represented on the dais, but we do have public comments. We engage and we encourage people to come and participate with us on different items that come before us for recommendation. So I think that's the way to get other perspectives. But it is critically important to have diversity of opinions and backgrounds on the Planning Commission, because one commissioner will ask something completely different than I would ask, and then completely different from our peers. And so having a chance to gnaw on something from a variety of perspectives and approaches and expertise actually helps us provide better answers and better recommendations to you on council.
Thank you. Councilmember Byrd.
Thank you. So I want to go back to a question I've asked a couple folks. One of the more important issues we're going to be facing is the rezoning needed to actually implement the housing element. And part of that is whether we've got the right sites identified for these 6,000 units. So do you have any thoughts on whether the sites that have been identified are necessarily the correct ones, and any changes you would think would be beneficial to that those site designations?
Yes, I've really appreciated that question. It's interesting to hear everybody's approach. For me, I think that I'm not one that wants to eliminate R1 zoning and put multiple units on every R1 lot that we currently have. So just to address that part of your question that was asked to others. However, I do really appreciate some of the ways we've done in certain neighborhoods that works. So I'm going to brag about my neighborhood, Barron Park. It's beautiful. We have a lot of R1 homes there. We have some lots that are very large and can accommodate an ADU and some that don't. But we also have, within a block of my house, we have townhomes that are beautiful. We have very narrow and tall homes on very small lots. We have apartments, low-rise apartments. We also, down the block by Juana Briones, we have a high-rise apartment. So it's interesting to think about how we can build density, but keep the different types of housing. It doesn't have to be homogeneous. If you mix and match and have a neighborhood that is diverse in building structures, you're going to find diversity in other ways as well. That's one of the beautiful things.
So just as a follow-up, even those who advocate significant changes to R1 zoning don't advocate that high density be on every lot. They actually
That's true.
Advocate something more along the lines of what you just described.
Yeah.
So it's really a
So
question of whether rezoning would permit higher density in those neighborhoods. From what you just described, is that what you would support?
I'm going to give you a thoughtful answer on this. I think that there's room in many neighborhoods in Palo Alto for that kind of diversity within a given radius. And I don't know, I'm not totally sold on always doing it according to a formula. Like everything along El Camino has to be high-rise, high density, or what we've been discussing with San Antonio. What I'm thinking is, what's important is that we try and have these dense spots in more than one area. And as somebody that has lived in Ventura and Barron Park, these are the places where they end up, but there's other places in the city that can support it. So we need to look for those places and zone those places appropriately. So if we're talking about, like, I'm just thinking, we've mentioned San Antonio several times tonight. Oh, no, be mindful of time. I think we need to be talking about San Antonio and where else can we find appropriate places to build a denser structure. So I'll give you one that we'd worked on in the working group about the housing element on the Planning Commission was this spot between El Camino and Alma near the downtown Palo Alto train station. And that's one that's owned by Stanford, I believe. And it's an appropriate place because it's hard to object to. It's not close to any single family homes. It's not going to cause a nuisance. It's near a train station. So that's an example. But I'm not, in other words, what I want to answer to you is I'm not ready to say, something that's a blanket for the whole city. We have to choose wisely. Thank you.
Ms. Templeton, would you like to use the remaining time for your closing?
I hope that I can get reappointed and continue helping you guys. And I hope I can have an opportunity to work with these wonderful people that you have, that have applied before you. You have great choices and a difficult decision, but I'd like you to consider me. Thank you.
Thank you for your service.
Right, that concludes our Planning and Transportation Commission candidates. We're moving on to the Historic Resources Board candidates. Our first candidate is Christian Pease.
Thank you, Mr.
Good
Pease.
evening. My name is Christian Pease. I'm just completing my first term on the Historic Resources Board. Got to say, I joined it just as COVID took off, so it was kind of a slow start. But it's been a very good experience, and I think the changing environment in Palo Alto has made this a little bit more important function than it was before. I actually think the most important thing we're going to be looking at this year, and one reason I would like to have another term, is the inventory for historic resources in Palo Alto, which, as you know, has not been updated in about 20 years. I believe this is the time to do this. A lot of that's based on information I've read about in a recent course from the California Preservation Foundation on the new housing laws and preservation. And they had a number of representatives there, the fellow who is in charge of preservation for Sacramento, also for San Francisco, and as well as the woman who runs it for Santa Monica and has done several cities down there. And they all said, including the lawyer who came on later to talk about all these bills and how they may or may not fit with preservation, that a current and accurate inventory is really key to the interplay between compliance with these laws and whatever we choose to do with preserving historic structures.
Thank you. Back to the council. Councilmember Burt.
Yes, well, given the fierce competition of 3 candidates for 3 seats, let me just ask you as kind of an opportunity to get feedback on the role of the board. How do you think things are working as a board, and are there any things that either we as a council could do that would enable your board to be more effective? And I appreciate that a lot of that is in the HRB work plan, but just any thoughts?
Well, I think the board's been in transition. It had a lot of members that have been there for many, many years. A lot of expertise, people who are architects, contractors, and so forth. I think bringing some other perspectives in might help. But it's also true that nothing comes to us unless it comes to us through the Architectural Review Board. So many times we don't have very much to work with. And in the first years or period of time that was on, we were often dealing with design issues as opposed to something a little bit larger. I'm particularly interested in the fact of the matter is preservation when it comes to commercial property and residential property are pretty different things. They're incented in very different ways. There are pretty good incentives for commercial properties, been some very successful things that have come out of that, notably development rights elsewhere. When it comes to homes, not so much. There are some, but they're pretty hard to understand, I think, for most homeowners. We don't have a Mills Act, but even if we did, I'm not sure it would provide much incentive given the cost of building and owning and buying a house in Palo Alto. So I think that's an area where that inventory is also very important as well, because when you go to the residential neighborhoods, particularly people's their home, they're very sensitive to the notion about preservation, and I think rightfully so. They're concerned about property rights. They're concerned about the value of their land. They're concerned about delays in doing things they want to their property. And to some degree, after that inventory was approved, there was a lot of reaction to it that it was somehow an attempt to avoid building new housing, which it clearly is not. So I think this process of communicating what you really get and don't get if you choose to be on this inventory, what responsibilities you have and what benefits you have is key to making this work. And for the folks that I've talked to that have approached me or come to the meetings or tried to call in, a lot of it's pretty confusing and they're concerned about it. So I think just having a couple of, stakeholder meetings where you go into little groups and you work on a board is not the right approach here. I think people really have to have an ability to ask complicated questions and to follow up with them in order to begin to trust the process.
Thank you. Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you. And thank you for applying for another term. So this relates a bit to the answer you just gave, but I think maybe slightly different. In your application, at one point you talk about streamlining approvals and motivating a net increase in historic resource protections. And I'm sure there's a little bit of a tension there.
A little bit.
Yes, and so could you talk a little bit about that and how you suggest resolving that?
Well, the bedrock of preservation ultimately is the Secretary of Interior Standards. Those have been long established. They're pretty understandable, a lot of them, but they're old. And the one that fits most or best or has the most potential in Palo Alto is for things that can't be fully preserved, but warrant not being lost to history, in my view. And there is a standard for that. It's the HAB standard. It's the Historic American Building Survey. It dates to 1933. It's quite detailed. I mean, the summary I read of it was about 30 pages, very dense. Everything from how you document a building before it goes down to the style guide for writing about it. But it's in the analog world. I mean, it talks about film formats, archival materials. This is one of the most popular collections up in the Library of Congress. It was started during WPA. Each of these documents, back then they were worried about early 19th century, even colonial buildings being torn down. And you look at these things, they're just gorgeous. They're like works of art. But, you know, they're talking about how you document and measure a building, how you, with like a tape measure and a pencil and paper. And they're talking about analog photography. And now we have things like LiDAR, ways of measuring the outside and inside of buildings very accurately. It's been pretty exotic. It's been expensive, but it's coming down in price considerably. I talked a little bit about the so-called Fry's site. I mean, there's a structure of a scale where something like that would be very practical. There are also other technologies that are emerging and they're starting to meld, and they're all being driven by the industry. One's called as-built photography, where they photograph and document buildings as they build them by layer for, like, for example, a hospital, very expensive, very complicated. So if you're a facilities manager and you have a problem in a room, you want to be able to see not how it was designed, but how it was actually built. You can actually go through layers and find the pipes, the gas lines, the networking, and so forth. So that process is maturing now. And there is actually an industry standards group that's looking at these things, and members of it, some of them are from the most prestigious architectural firms in the United States whose preservation chops are well established. They're designers, they're renovators, they're architects, and they're interior designers. And two of them sit on that subcommittee for heritage building. So I think this is an approach that can be used in some cases where it's warranted, that'll make it a lot easier and more palatable. For example, there's talk about possibly as much as 40% of the site being torn down, to document the entire thing before that is done, and also to document the removal of that part of the building if that's what happens, and revealing what is there. The idea is to build data sets that can be applied in a lot of ways. Now, over in the preservation community, there's an outfit called SciArc, well established in Oakland, who's been building 3D models of World Heritage sites and parks and other structures. They got into this primarily funded for interpretive purposes, for like monuments and parks. But these folks are building things where you can actually walk through a historic structure and manipulate the images itself. This is something that's very accessible to people. But if those data sets are built and they're built well, as new tools arrive, researchers and other people will be able to use that for other purposes.
Thank you, Mr. Pease. Would you like to use the remaining time to give us a closing?
No more questions? Well, I guess I talked too much. Well, so in that case, I'll give back my time as
Thank you so
gracefully as I
much
can.
for
Thank you.
applying and for your service.
Our next candidate is Samantha Joy Bromon, here in person.
Hello,
Hello.
Ms. Rowan.
Hi,
Welcome.
thank you. Thank you for having me today. My name is Samantha Roman, and I've called Palo Alto home for over 22 years. I'm a proud graduate of Gunn High School and UC Santa Barbara, where I obtained a graduate degree or a bachelor's degree in history. After over a decade of working for some of Silicon Valley's most respected tech companies, I am now pursuing my master's degree in public history with the specialization in California history at CSU East Bay. My rescue dog, Bo, and I are the stewards of a sunny yellow 1926 cottage in one of Palo Alto's quickly disappearing cottage courts. I represent the student, small business owning, and renting population of Palo Alto. I am a historian and a preservationist, passionate about working with communities to tell their stories. I bring experience conducting archival research, examining inherent biases, preparing research reports and presentations, and with California's many historical preservation programs. I believe that Palo Alto is an exceptional community, and I would like to serve on the Historic Resources Board so that we may preserve the distinct character of our city for generations to come. I'm immensely grateful for this opportunity, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Roman. Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes.
Thank you so much for applying. Juana Briones comes to my mind as we think about the Historical Resources Board. She's one of the foremothers of our city, lived in the 1800s, owned land, very unusual for a woman, a Latina, and yet her home was demolished. It was not saved. And it sort of underscores the point that whose history gets told, whose story gets told and valued is today is a function of power. And I'm wondering, therefore, what we do about it on our HRB to try to ensure that the decisions of today don't replicate the inequities of yesterday.
Yeah, that's something that throughout California, throughout the state programs, there is an opportunity to look at. For instance, the California Historical Landmarks program has been in decline since the 1960s. And I believe that the state has the opportunity to go back and actually commemorate places and sites that historically have not been commemorated or remembered, such as Native Californian sites, members of the California community that were not white, affluent men. And they really have an opportunity to go back and revise and do that. In Palo Alto, I think we have the same. I think we are due for another historic resources report. The last one was in 2001, I believe, or 2004. And we need to look at houses that are not necessarily striking examples of architecture, but of community. And that's all the communities in Palo Alto, including the small cottage courts where renters and students and the less affluent, I will say, even though Palo Alto is a very affluent community, it represents a different part of the population. Those should be protected as well.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, Mr. Roman. Thank you for applying. And as Councilmember Burt said, with 3 openings, 3 applicants, you should be safe as long as you didn't become a Dodger fan while you were at UCSB.
Never.
Okay, good. There we go. That was my most important question. On kind of the point of the historic registry, kind of a debate has come up lately over this idea whether the city should kind of proactively identify houses as should be a member of the historic registry without the owner's consent or not. And I'm curious if you have an opinion on that.
I think there's a few things going on that I've seen, especially as houses come on to the market. They are being misrepresented by the listing agents in a simple act of greed, where they're not listing the or being forthcoming with the fact that the property is possibly capable of being a historically designated property, either in the state or in the National Register. For example, the Pedro de Lemos And the way it was listed, I feel that the buyer was probably not completely aware of what they were getting and the historical significance, and that the city could come and say, we feel strongly that you should apply for the Mills Act to save this property. I am for the city taking a stance on these historic properties. We see them demolished all the time. And I think doing another historical resources inventory will further that cause.
Thank you. Councilmember Burt?
Yes, thank you. So I wanted to touch on the cottage cluster aspect. Those have been established characters intermixed within low-density neighborhoods in our community for a long while, but they've also been candidate sites for redevelopment because they already allow higher density. And so just any thoughts on the tension between the aspiration for high density and those cottage cluster sites being candidates for that and the values that they provide as something closer to market rate affordable in addition to their social values.
As taking parkland to build multi-tenant housing is not the answer, I also don't believe that taking the cottage courts and turning those into higher density housing than they already are is the answer. The cottage courts retain a unique character. And I believe that they're an asset to Palo Alto and very unique to California in general. And the city of Pasadena in particular has done a lot of work around preserving them and the benefits to the communities that reside there. And I think they're an asset to the neighborhoods and should remain as medium density housing in historically low density housing areas.
Thank you. I don't see any lights, so I'm going to go ahead and ask, what do you think is missing to educate about historic preservation here in Palo Alto? What can the commission do more?
Yeah, I would love to see things such as historic walking tours, partnering with the Museum of American Heritage, where I personally am a docent and volunteer, partnering with the Palo Alto Museum to actually make history accessible. Right now, my point of view on the board or how it's currently functioning is as a function of the city to tell people to approve projects or not approve projects. But I think as a public historian, I'm very, very much dedicated to outreach and working with communities to tell their story and educate communities about their story. So I think that's something that I would really like to see the board do to become an asset to the city.
Thank you. I don't see any other lights here, but if you'd like to take the remaining time to give a little closing, that would be great.
Sure. So I firmly believe that finding a balance between protecting Palo Alto's historic resources while allowing owners the freedom to make their own homes work for them is important. Home is deeply personal, and Palo Alto is a wonderful community to live in. That said, Palo Alto is unique in that it symbolizes technology and progress, but I do believe we have the opportunity to be a nationally renowned historic preservation community. And I hope that's something that the Historic Resources Board can forward.
Thank you, Ms. Roman. Thank you for applying.
Thank you.
Our next candidate is Lisa Eggleston, and after this candidate, the council will be taking a 10-minute break.
Hello, Ms. Eggleston-Cheslovich.
Hello. So thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you this evening. My name is Alyssa Eggleston-Cheslevich. I've applied for a position on the Historic Resources Board. I've served on the HRB since early 2022 when I filled a vacant partial term, and I'm now applying for a full term. I've greatly valued the opportunity to serve the city of Palo Alto in this capacity. To tell you a bit about myself, my appreciation for Palo Alto's history began as a child. I grew up here and I graduated from Gunn High School. I continued my education at Stanford University, where I majored in art history and minored in archaeology. I then pursued graduate studies in art conservation and art history at New York University, where I specialized in the conservation of three-dimensional objects. And I also hold an MBA from the Haas School of Business at UC Berkeley. I'm currently the conservator at SFO Museum, the museum at San Francisco International Airport, and I've previously held positions at the Fine Arts Museums of San Francisco and the Metropolitan Museum of Art. I've worked as a consultant on architectural preservation projects that required the involvement of an objects conservation specialist. I think that through my background in art conservation, I have a good understanding of many of the historic preservation issues that come before the board, including those of historic designations and building reuse and modification. I also understand historic preservation from the perspective of a homeowner. I live in a Category 2 historic home in Professorville, so I have personal insight into the household level joys and challenges of being a steward of a historic structure. Thank you so much, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Vice Mayor Stone?
Great. Good evening, Commissioner. Thanks for reapplying. And I think you are just the poster child for one of the great things about Palo Alto government is somebody like you and your background and experience is interested in volunteering to lend that expertise to the city. So really appreciate it and glad it looks like you're going to be continuing on in that role. I'm curious, do you see any other opportunities? I mean, we've got the Palo Alto History Museum that's going to be coming online in the next few years. But beyond that and historical preservation of buildings, do you see other things that the city can be doing to celebrate and acknowledge our history? What would you like to see the city get more active in doing?
I mean, so the Palo Alto History Museum, I think, is going to be phenomenal. I am really looking forward to seeing how that develops and how it engages with the community, because I think Palo Alto does have a lot of really great stories without kind of a centralized venue to tell them in. So I think the Palo Alto History Museum just has a lot of potential in that regard. Regarding historic preservation, I really would like to see kind of more general outreach and appreciation of Palo Alto's historic resources. I'd love for people to know sort of more about them generally through their day-to-day experience. Like, for instance, growing up in Palo Alto, I went to Fry's. I went to Fry's a lot, and I didn't know anything about the history of the site. I'd go there and I had no idea about its history as a cannery. So I think it would be great to have more opportunities where people in their day-to-day lives can really kind of stumble upon a site and learn about its significance, kind of learn about our shared history, just, as sort of a pleasant surprise. That's one of the things we do at the airport. We kind of like give people pleasant surprises as they're going about their travel day. And I think there's a lot about that that's really effective. And so I think it would be, kind of wonderful to see more of that here.
Thank you. Councilmember Lithgard-Haynes.
Thank you so much for applying. And thank you for the pleasant surprises in the United terminal at SFO. I travel on United frequently, and I've really paid particular attention to the quality of the exhibits there. I think they're provocative, taking topics we think we know something about and making the traveler curious about what they don't already know, which I think is clever. So with that as the frame, clearly you're incredibly capable. And we're delighted you've applied. When I visited St. Augustine, Florida, I was struck by the fact that on their historical tour, we learned all about things that had nothing to do with the fact that one of the first free Black communities was established there. They just have not folded that into their city historical tour. And so I'm wondering, with the Palo Alto Museum, Museum of American Heritage, with a community like Ventura here that has historically been redlined, what can we do to draw attention, even if it's things we're troubled by? What can we do as stewards of our truth to make sure everybody living here now and going forward is more fully aware than they might otherwise be?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that telling a wide variety of stories is really imperative. And certainly from a museum perspective, I would hope that, the Palo Alto History Museum incorporates stories about groups that have not historically had those stories told into their programming. I think that's a a really excellent forum for telling those stories, but it's true that it is not the only forum. So again, to return to the Fry's site, incorporating like the cultural history associated with that site into the future plans for the building, for the site, and for how the community interacts with it, I think is really essential and vital to how the site has been part of the community in the past and how it should be part of the community going forward as well. And I think there are other opportunities to tell those stories also through signage, plaques on buildings, through buildings that are identified for future inclusion on something like the historic register. There are a lot of, I think, potential places where there are opportunities to really expand, the communities that we are telling the stories of, because Palo Alto has been a diverse place, for as long as Palo Alto's been Palo Alto. And so we should absolutely be telling those stories. Yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Burt.
Well, it's interesting that a lot of the back and forth here has been around historic aspects and initiatives that might be taken in our community that are presently outside of the purview of the Historic Resources Board. And from time to time, we kind of reflect and reconsider on what maybe we've been missing out on something. For instance, in the Public Arts Commission, we've in recent years been talking with them, and we haven't really fulfilled this yet, about a broader definition of the arts that they have a role in, and not merely visual arts. This discussion has made me think that maybe we should be looking at the purview of the Historic Resources Board a little bit differently, in that one of the frustrations the board has had is that, by law, there are limitations on a lot of what they can do. But a lot of what, if we say we have a broader definition of the historic resources of our community, I'd be interested in the HRB perhaps proposing to the council a broadening of their purview. One of the things we don't have walking tours and online resources about not only the many things that we've just talked about here, but from so many visitors from outside the area and even outside the country, when they find out that, oh my gosh, within 2 blocks of each other are the first offices of PayPal and Google and Facebook and Pinterest and all those, those are mind-boggling things for many people, and you can't even find a sign on a building. So I guess I'd just like to say as a follow-up, I'm very interested in whether the HRB as a group would be interested in taking on a greater role in those areas, including how we accentuate the diverse history of our community for its both faults and successes. So I'll just put that out there for consideration.
Thank you, Councilmember Burt, and we'll bring that up when we have a meeting with the chairs of each of the committees. And with that, I'm sure you'll also be the first one to sign up as a tour guide, right?
In life would have been to be a tour guide.
So sorry to take up your time, but please use the remaining time to provide your closing.
Well, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here tonight. I've really enjoyed the experience of serving on the Historic Resources Board, and hope to continue. Thank you so much.
Thank you for reapplying. With that, we're going to take a 10-minute break and we'll be back. Thank you so much. All right, Madam Clerk, we have a quorum.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, we're going to start our Utility Advisory Committee candidate interviews. First up is Rachel Croft, followed by Greg Scharf.
Welcome, Ms. Kraft.
Thank you for having me. Here, put this glass on. So thank you so much for considering my candidacy. I'm Rachel Croft. I've been a Palo Alto resident for 12 years and lived on the peninsula my whole life. I studied industrial engineering at Stanford, and I got an MBA in finance from University of Pennsylvania Wharton School. I spent 5 years in investment banking, followed by 25 years in medical devices, of which 12 of those were focused on behavior change for health in weight loss and quitting smoking. So I've had a lot of experience with behavior change theories and implementing them in the real world. Behavior change is hard, but there are proven ways to make it easier and more long-lasting. And my roles in those companies were product development, strategy, and marketing. In the last few years, I've become passionate about sustainability, and I really want to take a personal role in helping us come up with solutions. And so I'm interested in the UAC because of the critical role that cities play sourcing and distributing all the power for the water for all the people and companies that are within those cities. So that's the supply side. But on the demand side, I think cities also can play just a huge role in helping people change. And this is a place where I feel like I can contribute my experience, helping us motivate people. And then once they're motivated, actually helping them to change, to adopt more sustainable energy and water usage. I consider myself practical and ethical and financially adept. And so reliability and fairness and financial impacts would always be really high considerations, as well as my sustainability interest in considering anything that's up in front of the UAC.
Thank you so much for your opening and intro. It's coming back to council for questions if you have any. If not, I'll start with Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for applying, Ms. Croft. You have a very interesting background, I think could add a lot of benefit to the UAC. And I'm curious, your interest in sustainability, how do you see the UAC's role in being able to accomplish the city's SCAP plan and our 80 by 30 goal? And let me know if you're not familiar with those, I can explain, but if you are, great. Wonderful.
Yeah, I actually think that the Utilities Advisory Commission, well, the City Council, the city has these amazing goals for becoming more sustainable. And I've seen the work plan and, the timing to get from 1990 to 2030, like what our goals are. And I think a huge part of that falls on utilities. It really is trying to electrify everything we possibly can, getting people to decrease their use of gas as much as they can. Also, just water, sustainability of our water supply. And so I think the utilities in both the sourcing, there is a supply side and the demand side clearly. And so I've seen, charts of where all of our energy comes from. I know that we spend a lot of time and effort trying to source responsibly clean energy. And so I realize that those contracts have to be managed on an ongoing basis. So I think it just plays a really big role in kind of deciding where we're going to source all of that energy. And I think also there's a big role. I know there are, incentive programs for people to electrify certain things or, we're trying to do like, I guess, water heaters right now, heat pump water heaters. And so I think incentives play a role that the Utilities Advisory Commission and the council can choose to implement these things to try to influence the demand side. So I do think it's a huge part of how to achieve 2030 because 2030 a lot of the goals are on the utility side.
Thank you. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much for applying. I'm intrigued by your experience in motivating behavior change. You mentioned weight loss and smoking cessation. And I'd love to know how you might approach adapting what you created and learned in those arenas to the task ahead of us to try to reach
Yeah.
80-30, particularly given that much of the remaining change, as I understand it, needs to come from changes at the level of the household, the hot water,
Okay.
the furnaces and so on. And unlike weight loss and smoking, there isn't necessarily direct, immediate, or even short-term benefit to the individual
Yeah.
whom we're asking to make the change. It's more like voting, like, please
Yeah.
do it. We all have to do it. But my vote doesn't really matter, many people think. So how are you going to motivate a whole bunch of Palo Altans who aren't yet in the, in the yes column to making that important change?
Yeah, it's a great question. And I think, I do think there are a lot of relevant kind of learnings from the health field. One of them in smoking, amazingly, people want to quit, but they don't actually want to quit. They love smoking. So it's a really, really hard problem. So actually motivating them to decide to quit is part of what we did at the program I was working at, which was very novel. Usually you have a quitting program. It just helps people that are ready and have decided. We were like, no, we're going to go all the way back to anybody to try to serve them information and strategies to become motivated in the first place. So I think that is a kind of relevant to some of the stuff we would do here is, so first of all, you have to have a conversation with the people you're trying to influence. So that's actually a challenge that I'd love to learn more about how we talk to people about their utilities. I know I get my bill and there's a website, but I'm super engaged in the utilities. So I know I'm not a normal person that way. So you need to have communications with them, but then you also need to show them their data, right? So I think the advanced metering is going to be super important. And I thought I would just show you guys, I've been tracking my gas, water, and electricity since 2015. And so I've been like, this is when we got a water heater and a furnace. The green line is like seasonality, right? There's seasonality. This is gas. And so we got a water heater and a furnace, and it cut down our spike in winter by about half. And then we got this attic insulation, and it didn't do much at all to our heating, but it really helped in the summertime to keep the house cool. And interestingly, the water heater didn't do almost anything. I mean, I look at this and I'm like, do we really take showers and cook? Because it gets almost to zero in the summertime. And that means those appliances really aren't taking very much. This is literally like dumb data. All it is like how much I get per month, right? It doesn't tell me anything about time of day or what utility. So I think the advanced metering is going to be very important to showing people their own information. In smoking, this really helps to like let people see their own information, whatever data we can get them to show us, and then actually ask them what's their aspiration. And when you compare their aspiration to what they're actually doing, you can create dissonance, which is really that is really powerful and motivating change. So I think the data is going to be important, but short of having the metering in place, I still think there's data you can get people to try to help them make changes to their households that can lower cost. I mean, money can be an incentive too, but I think there are a lot of people that care and they might just not know what to do to make an impact.
Thank you, Councilmember Burt.
Yes, thanks. So within the purview of the UAC, and I don't know how much, have you been following their meetings fair amount?
I watched a few of them and I looked at the agendas online ways back.
How do you envision that the sorts of initiatives that you're talking about would be able to be actualized through the UAC?
I mean, I didn't see any agendized items about incentives. I did see them in the work plan, but I actually never saw a packet that included it. And so I do think the incentives are a big part of it, but then also the AMI work, I never saw that in a packet either. It seems to me like it's not easy to find this information. And one of the things I'd be very interested in is just a dashboard of where we are, like where are we on all of our goals? But I think bringing it up as a subject and asking for presentations from city staff on what we're doing on these things. And I have seen that the UAC is able to, propose materials or discussions for the next meeting. So I think it could be something that would dovetail with incentives and data, probably.
Thank you.
Ms. Croft, would you like to use the remaining time to provide a closing?
Sure. Sorry, I think I went long on your answer about behavior change, but I am super motivated about this. I would absolutely be honored to serve on the committee, and hope I'll get a chance to do that.
Thank you for applying. I just want to iterate that the interview process is 10 minutes for each applicant, starting with 1 minute for introduction and the last 30 seconds or 45 seconds for closing. Madam Clerk, next.
Our next candidate is Greg Scharf, followed by Sayi Zhang.
Hello.
Hello, as most of you know, I'm Greg Scharf. So I've been on the UAC now for 3 years, and it's been a great experience. My experience is basically 7 years on the Finance Committee, 8 years on NCPA, and I've been involved in Palo Alto Utilities since about 2010. I think the biggest selling point for me on this is that continuity of experience, having been on the UAC, having frankly been on the Finance Committee, and having followed everything since about 2010, having been on NCPA. We're losing 3 members of our UAC, and I think experience is actually really important at this point to have some of that continuity.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Councilmember Burt?
Yes, thanks, Greg. I wanted to ask about, I guess it's under the resource management plan, 2 aspects and your thoughts on them. One is what you think is the role of a distributed generation and storage versus, meaning in city primarily, versus utility scale supplies and storage. And then the second aspect is on the approach of our balancing. We're carbon neutral over the course of a year. Peninsula Clean Energy is pursuing a program of carbon neutrality, essentially 24/7, 365. And do you have any thoughts on our city approach and our staff's approach versus that alternative?
Thank you for that question. I think on your first part of the question, I think it's historically been difficult to have distributed, within the city, solar and storage to make economic sense comparable to, doing a power purchase agreement with someone. That's tended to be what we found. I think we've had this general sense, though, that putting up solar in the city sends a message and people see it and feel like we're doing something and get much more of a sense of it than when they know that we're getting solar from or wind. So that's really my sense of it is that you're never going to have enough space in Palo Alto to make it have a huge dent. I mean, those solar farms are huge. We have tons of solar. We probably need less solar. We need more base resource, or at least something that counteracts solar. Wind, for instance. I was really pleased to see us do the wind purchase that we're doing. We need more of that kind of thing, probably. So we've bought so much solar that I think solar is probably, a huge push down on solar is probably not the way to go. But I do like having quite a bit in Palo Alto that we see, especially on the rooftops of our garages and other places where you can put it. But I don't think it's the way we're going to solve the issues. The second question, or do you have a follow-up on that, or
no? The other part was around the 24/7, 365 renewables.
So, obviously that's aspirational for us. That's where we would like to be. And I'm not saying we can't get there. Last time we looked at this, and I'm a little sketchy on the details in my head without having a staff report in front of me, but last time we looked at it, my recollection was that it was really difficult for staff for some reason to monitor it like that and get it done. And I don't remember exactly why. You might be able to refresh my recollection on that. It was expensive, or there was some issue about why we couldn't monitor it exactly that and why we ended up doing it where we are. And with better technology, maybe we can do that. I don't know.
Thank you. Any other council members? Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Commissioner Sharp, for reapplying. So yeah, you've been serving on the UAC for a while. Why do you want to continue? What is there still left out there that you're hoping to accomplish in the next term?
Well, I think we're about to embark on, the biggest thing, which is electrification. And electrification is difficult. I mean, I know we all want to do it. I'm very supportive of it. I mean, the Air Board just basically, said, you're going to have to replace those gas furnaces. So thank you for that, Vicky. I will, give you some kudos there. So, I mean, I think this is happening, but we're in no position really to do it. Our grid isn't ready for it. It's going to cost, I forget the number, it's like hundreds of millions of dollars to bring it up to speed. We need to figure out how to do that. We need to make sure that we have the capacity in our grid to get this done. People tell me that, even when they're electrifying and just adding, electric vehicles, they have to change their panels out. Changing out the panels is very expensive. And then the city tells them they have to spend X number of dollars on a transformer. That if they're the first one to need to use the transformer, they end up having to pay most of it. We need to come up with processes that are fair and that we figure out how to fund all of this stuff. And, my view on this is we need to electrify, we need to do it speedily. I actually think AMI is going to be huge in terms of helping people understand the benefits. I actually think when we talk about motivating behavior in the last discussion, that if we can gamify it a little bit and have AMI built into, so I didn't use my fountain in my backyard this week and, it saved this much electricity, or I changed out my water pump, or I did this, and you can see the changes immediately on the electricity you're using. Stuff like that will make a huge difference. And maybe we could even gamify it a little bit and you get little emojis, or I don't know, something that makes you feel good about it. I think that would work. So I think my wanting to be on the UAC really comes down to, I want to keep our rates low. I want to make sure that it's a smooth transition and that this isn't a huge political disaster, and that it moves forward in a way that the people in Palo Alto appreciate, feel good about themselves, and it's not a huge negative to people.
Thank you. And thank you again for your application, reapplying, and your service so far. I wanted to ask, how do you see the natural environment fitting into sustainability and climate change?
Well, I think, and I see it in a lot of neighborhoods. I see people moving towards, natural plants, more sustainably, less water usage, all of that. I see neighbors ripping up their lawns, getting rid of them. And I think that's really how that goes. I think planting more trees, protecting our canopy. I think protecting our canopies, I've always argued for that when I was on council. I think it's really important. Those kind of things. And that's sort of where I see the natural environment.
Thank you. And since Council Member Lau.
I was just going to give you the opportunity to answer the question, given your council experience and then your UAC experience. Are there any top priorities that we're not emphasizing yet that we should, as a council, as a city, and obviously then as the UAC?
I actually have agreed with everything. I know this sounds funny, but I've actually agreed with everything that's happened on the 3 years for the most part that's gone to council. I haven't, felt like there was anything we did that was wrong. I do think that, electrification and planning out how we're going to do this and facing up to the costs involved and preparing the public, and are we going to float bonds? How are we going to do our grid and how are we going to make it work? And I think that's the kind of work we need to really focus on. And I know that's a lot of staff effort, and I don't think we're there yet. I know staff has started the process. I know they're thinking about it. We've seen some reports on it, but I don't feel like we have a really robust plan yet of how we're going to do this. And then the other thing I think that's really important that we haven't taken up, if we're really going to shut down our gas utility, and I think that's where it's heading, how are we going to do that? Because at some point you fall off a cliff, right? I mean, as less people use gas, the fixed costs become huge. And as the fixed costs become huge, all sorts of problems start to arise. And so how are we going to make that transition? And is that where we're going? Or are we going to just basically make a much smaller footprint for our gas utility? and just, basically truncate it that, we're only going to serve these areas or these kind of businesses. And then how does that work with our fixed costs, without making our gas too expensive? And I mean, I think those are really difficult issues we have to grapple with.
That's a really good question to ask. Mr. Scharf, if you would like to use the remaining time to provide us a closing.
I just wanted to say I've really enjoyed being on the UAC. It's a great way for me to serve our community. I've been involved in the utilities for a long time, and it's it has a lot of intellectual challenges, and I really enjoy it. And I really hope you'll reappoint me. That's really all I wanted to say. And thanks for having me interview.
Thank you for applying again.
Thank you very much.
All right, our next candidate is Sayi Zhang, followed by Natalie Geis.
Hello, Ms. Zhang.
Hi. Hi, dear council members. My name is CE. I am a Midtown resident for over 7 years after I graduated from Stanford. So currently I am the lead product manager at a company called Lunar Energy, which is a home electrification startup based in Mountain View, California. So I'm working very diligently right now, launching our first home battery system together with the nation's largest solar installer, Sunrun. I started actually in energy after graduation. I am a hardcore technologist from the start. So I started at Tesla with focusing on CNI energy storage and utility scale storage, as well as the AI software behind it. And then I joined another startup in EV charging, helping enterprise customers, fleet operators, and also SMBs my day-to-day work that interacts with utility and energy. I am also a very active community organizer. I am the director of marketing at the VOTA Foundation, which is a nonprofit for over 50,000 battery professionals across the globe. So what we're trying to do is really breaking down the barriers, the silos, and helping everybody to advance the battery technology and bring the world to a cleaner state. So I also very actively participating a lot of volunteering opportunities here. I work with an organization called Sunwork, which is also very active in Palo Alto right now with the heat pump water heater program. So actually recently I installed together with Sunwork at Palo Alto for a neighbor on the heat pump electric water heater, and also a bunch of solar installations across the Bay Area. So you can tell I live and die for energy, and I'm super passionate of the work that we're doing here. And what I really see that utility really need to be deeply engaged with this transition in DER and really help the customer to a cleaner future. So yeah, thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, CE. Coming back to council, is there any questions? Well, CE, since while the council members are thinking about their questions, I wanted to ask you, you're coming from the consumer end. And obviously, as a city government, we have to kind of think about making sure that the energy sources are reliable and that we have the grid available, as well as the financing and funding in order to be able to provide the resources, right? So what would your consideration be when you're on utilities on how to implement that to make sure that it is reliable and people trust it?
Yeah, I think it's definitely a mixed approach. I come from the DER distributed energy background, but I also have the opportunity at Tesla to work on utility solutions. So I think for really a resilient grid, you need to procure energy actually from the utility side, as well as having the consumers, the prosumer to participate together. So I think with a combined approach and really balance out kind of the players and the stakeholders to achieve kind of the least cost and reliable solution.
Thank you. Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. Have you had a chance to watch a number of our utilities commission meetings?
Not yet, but I've seen some little clips. Yeah.
Well, the reason I ask is really wanting to understand your thoughts on how you would translate your experience and your vision into a role that is part of governing, and
Yes.
it's a very strong advisory role. They don't make final decisions, but they're one of our most important commissions. So those functions are different. So can you give me any insights on how you would function there, and in places where you think we should go further, how you would move your fellow commissioners and staff to do that?
Yeah, I think really my kind of the selling point here is I am very embedded in the technology landscape. I understand the product, the kind of the available technology around here, knowing kind of what is the downside, the maturity, the cost. So we will not be, pushing one solution that doesn't make sense. We wanted to actually really trying to figure out what is the right solution, what is the right technology. So here I have experience in energy storage and solar, in smart circuits. So when we talk about, looking at the landscape, bringing those solutions in our rebate programs, who are the technology provider we should work with? I think I can definitely share my insights about the industry, about the technology to help us to better, pick the right technology at the right time. So for example, right now, I think we're talking about utility scale storage and, the procurement. A lot of people are talking about long-term ESS. And right now, this is really not the time. So I would not pushing the commission or the residents to say, oh, we need to procure a huge long duration storage project at this moment. So it really being very keen on looking at the current technology development and provide the best solution with the time frame and with the audience that we're considering.
Thank you. Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Zhang, for applying. You're obviously deep in the technology. I want to ask something that's slightly different because you mentioned in your application your personal experience as a consumer trying to do a solar installation and having 5 local installers outright decline to work with you because they didn't want to deal with CPAU.
Yeah.
So so in terms of process and city processes, what thoughts, suggestions, solutions, approaches do you have around alleviating that type of situation?
Yeah, I think this is really boils down to which part is blocking it, right? So from this experience, by calling 5 different installers and never getting a quote, I learned that this is actually more on the inspection side, the city inspection side, and they may not be super attuned to some of the development in solar technology. Therefore, having a way of understanding, the National Electric Code and interpret in a certain way that things should be done this way. So what I think what the utility commission could do is involve the planning, the building permit department more involved in these conversations when customers and our residents have problems of really getting the solar on their rooftop, and making them understand the crux of the problem, and also getting them understand the technology, inviting the right stakeholders, the installers, the product, the hardware providers, to give them webinars, help them to understand where things are actually at now versus maybe 5 years ago when they start doing the inspection. So there's definitely a lot of way to collaborate together as one team.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lithgard-Hames.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually had the same question as Councilmember Vinker, so no further questions from me. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other questions. So Ms. Zhang, the commission is also that meets quite regularly, and their agenda is quite robust. So do you see that you can commit to the time schedule in order to discuss all these very relevant topics that is
Right.
influencing a lot of what city is going to be doing in the next few years?
Yeah, absolutely. I definitely wanted to commit to this because I see right now in this world when we want to fight climate change, want to transition to energy, it's very, very critical to get the utilities to actively participate, not just, us, the product managers, the companies trying to develop some technology and hoping everyone would adopt it. It's actually a collaborative effort from the consumer side, from the AHJ, from the utility to really work together on a comprehensive solution. So this is my mission, my career goal, and I don't feel like I'm actually like trying to do something, a side gig, volunteering. It's actually like something I really want to do and make things happen.
Would you like to continue and give us some of your closing?
Yeah, so I'm super honored to stand here. I really wanted to kind of leverage my industry and technical experience to help the residents in Palo Alto transition to a more sustainable future. I wanted to, make our programs more accessible to all types of customers, not just homeowners. I wanted to, bring technology, the right technology to our city, and also making sure we have the right benchmark for our energy consumption, our energy efficiency for different homes, because each home is different. And lastly, using my product background to really improve the customer experience. Because at the end of the day, you can't just say, hey, let's go electrification. It's actually, people feel like there is benefit, there's value, and they feel excited. So there's so many ways I think I can contribute to this commission, and I really hope you guys would consider my candidacy.
Thank you for your application, Ms. Zhang.
Mhm.
Okay, our next candidate is Natalie Geis, followed by Bob Winslow online.
Hello, Ms. Geis.
Hello, I'm Natalie. I have a bachelor's degree in chemistry from West Virginia University. Did my PhD at Stanford, working at SLAC, the DOE National Lab, looking at battery and energy storage materials and their degradation. And after I graduated, came to Powerhouse, which is a small innovation consulting firm that works with large project developers, utilities and energy retailers, as well as some large corporates in tech and assurance. And so we work with them to find startups in clean energy, climate mobility. So I have a strong background in understanding kind of program and rate design, project development, and other issues that relate to energy, water, and sustainability. And so I was excited to see an opening on the Utilities Advisory Committee and lend some of my experience there.
Thank you. Bringing it back to council for questions. So we talk about energy a lot and, with electrification and electrical storage, where does natural environment fall into sustainability for you?
Yeah. So there's obviously the water utility aspect that has to be procured from natural resources and come and nurture our natural environment, provide water to our homes, but also to the trees and foliage around. And so I think that's one aspect, and making sure that we have the park space and the greenery to provide a nice environment to live in is one part of that. Yeah.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for applying, Ms. Geis. Can you talk more about the PhD program at Stanford, just a bit your education there and how that will relate here? That piqued my interest and like to learn more.
Yeah. So I was a chemistry PhD student, looked at battery materials, particularly worked at SLAC, the national lab. It had an X-ray facility, and so we were able to use characterization facilities there to understand and pinpoint degradation modes in different materials and tie that into overall efficiencies that you would measure by charging and discharging a battery. So you could see chemically what was going on and causing some sort of performance or degradation over time. And so on during my time there, I served on the user executive committee for the user facility, which looked also at kind of long-range planning of the facilities that they had, what the users would need, and what capabilities we would want to see coming online in the next, 10 years there too.
And then translating that to the UAC and the
Yeah.
work that you would do there?
Yeah, so that, I guess, the side of the chemistry background comes to kind of what types of energy materials we use. I mean, next generation solar facilities or battery materials that could go into long duration energy storage or into vehicle battery electric vehicles. I think that, to be honest with you, that's less relevant to the Utilities Advisory Committee. I think given the fact that you're not a project developer, and I don't see a strong need to develop, utility scale programs or battery energy storage necessarily here, versus procure via a PPA or something like that. But my time at the DOE, I was exposed to a lot of different energy technologies, and it really was why I wanted this role in kind of translating technologies and looking at innovation and getting that to a market.
Thank you.
Utilities, I'm often struck by how people in the younger generation, your generation, seem to get it in a way that older generations don't necessarily, which I attribute to it being really existential for y'all. With that said, in order to really shift a set of residents toward the practices we need them to adopt in order to meet our 80-30, and in order to upgrade the electrical grid to meet that demand, we're going to have to find a whole lot of dollars, and we're going to have to get a whole lot of people on board with behavioral change. So I'm wondering what kind of experience you have translating what you understand to be necessary because of the science, translating that to a broader set of people who aren't nearly as up on the issues as you are, but whose cooperation is required in order to really get us where we need to go.
Yeah, I think that's a huge concern. Obviously, both on the side of not everyone, top priority is going to be decarbonization in Palo Alto or broadly. And so you look at, people's utility bills and their reliability, and that's, two of the highest priorities for a lot of people. And it's a priority of the utilities advisor, like Palo Alto utilities as well. And so I think those are super important, and we have to balance that with some of our sustainability goals. But when you talk about behavioral change, I think there are certain kind of behavioral aspects, whether that's financial tools to help people purchase things with less of a capital intensive upfront cost to them. And that could look like on-bill tariffs. It can look like other types of kind of rebates and that type of stuff. And I think those can be really compelling because they take the burden off that consumer to say, how long does this take for me to pencil out like my savings versus the long-term costs, as well as, when you don't have great data, it's really hard to make those decisions as a consumer. So I think those types of tools and those types of program designs are very important in understanding how to, so to say, sell that to the consumer.
Thank you. Council Member Vinker.
Thank you, and thank you for applying. And I have to say, holding a degree in chemistry, although not a PhD like you, I like that. I actually have a t-shirt that says chemistry, the science of everything. And I think it applies here because we're talking water and battery manufacturing components, et cetera, et cetera. But what I want to ask you about is on your resume, it talks about co-founder and leader, Chemistry Association in the interest of minority students. And I think equity is a huge consideration in the work that the UIC does. And I wanted to ask you about, tell us just a little bit about what you did in that association, and then tell us a little bit about your values with respect to serving the interests of equity on this commission.
Yeah, that program was a student-led group within the chemistry department, and one of the proudest parts and we ran programs where students could meet in small groups with the speakers who were coming to give a seminar in the department, and they would have kind of a nice one-on-one time. We also had, independent meetings of ourselves so that students could kind of have a camaraderie, have a community. And then once a year, we would have a seminar where we got to invite a speaker that would speak both on the research side of things, but also on how they saw their background influencing how they became a chemist, that sort of thing. And so, yeah, to that point, I think that one of the proudest parts for me was just the number of folks that we got to be involved. It's a voluntary organization, both on the leadership side, but also in terms of engagement. And so we had 20% of people in the department, students in the department showing up for some sort of small group programming, and then something like 80 to 100 folks coming to that seminar at the end of the year, which was pretty powerful. And then how that relates to kind of equity and more broadly, took a course while I was a graduate student on racial equity in energy and understanding kind of how energy burdened certain communities can be and what are some solutions that we see there. And that goes back to kind of how do you, again, decarbonize the grid, take people off natural gas when it is one of the cheapest forms of energy. And so looking at some of those financial tools again to kind of give them the ability to do that. So, yeah.
Councilmember Lowing?
My question was asked already.
Councilmember Burt?
Thank you. So I noted that one of the things that you talked about in terms of our grid modernization need is demand management.
Yeah.
And to date, our utility staff has focused more on the increasing that capacity as opposed to a complementary approach of demand management. So to what degree do you think demand management is really a key part of the modernization? And how would you go about as a commissioner moving staff toward that complementary approach?
Yeah, my understanding, and this is from talking with some of our utility customers in my role now, is that a lot of these demand management programs and software tools that allow you to see more of what's going on in the grid allow you to put off upgrades, which to me sounds like a really good investment of time and the ability to have more control over the grid that exists today. So I think bringing some of those insights and some of that guidance into where to look and how to kind of think about what you're able to decline or decline to do right now as one of the trade-offs. And I'm forgetting the other part of that question, but I know I'm over time, so.
Ms. Guys, thank you so much for applying.
All right, thank you. Thank you all for your time and your thoughtful questions.
Our next candidate is Bob Winslow.
Hello, Mr. Winslow.
Hello over there.
So did you hear of the process for the interview? You have a full 10 minutes with the first minute for introduction of yourself and what you want to tell council. And then the last 45 seconds to 30 seconds for you to do a closing if we don't go over with responses to questions. And if that's good with you, we can proceed.
Okay, thank you. It's nice to have a chance to be with you. Some events had me have to be remote today. The interest I have in the UAC is to bring at one level capacity in the area of water resources. And I think you saw from my application that I've discovered or observed in my interaction with the UAC is that while water is a core element, I've judged that there's not a focus or engagement on water. And so I serve on the Stormwater Advisory Commission and have been wanting to at least introduce some more consideration of resource-based organizational model to how the city works on both their water and their energy. That is a kind of a theme that while doing the work of the commission, I wanted to introduce that element associated with water. I think another thing that inspired my attention and I shared with you was what I felt was inadequate understanding that we actually drink our water, and that maybe there was too much emphasis on just the volume of water and not the quality of water, and water is so important to our health. And but I observed that that was not something that I seemed to be able to observe adequately. It's a pleasure at least to lift the issues up to you tonight. Maybe finally just to say what an incredible group of younger people that I've listened to. So even if I don't make the cut, I'm really, what excitement I feel for just, the groups that I've listened to tonight. So with that, any questions?
Thank you. I'll bring it back to council for questions. Okay, Councilmember Byrd.
Okay.
Well, thank you, Bob. So in addition to the water issues that you laid out, can you give us any of your perspectives on the energy transformation issues that we're facing, and the relationship to the need for our grid transformation to be able to accomplish that?
Well, certainly not to the depth of the parties that that have preceded me. I supported on the SCAP advisory committee a focus on this hot water heat pump conversion, and I think the perspective I brought when I was contributing was, rather than focusing on a whole house model where one would target the whole house, was to basically slice and organize it by, ostensibly appliance category. And maybe we're all seeing the same light, but my view was to look ostensibly for the low-hanging fruit. We found that within the residential sector, within the heat pump water heater, and I think a number of us championed that as a focus. So I think this ability to observe for patterns and to contribute, if you will, organizational structure into those types of initiatives was where I offer my skills.
Thank you. Mr. Winslow, so in the sustainability and the water world and everything else to address climate change, how do you see the natural environment fitting into this?
Well, I think my view a little bit, and this is that, if we want to talk, just go to the heart, we could talk about Measure E, okay? And one could go, where does the parkland at Measure E balance against the need for infrastructure? And I feel within an urban environment, and especially in areas of where infrastructure is important, that sustainability requires some land. And I am torn with the environmental justice concerns about our seeking what you might, label as natural land and natural beauty versus the sustainability kind of infrastructure or land that's needed so that our climate impact can be lower. So I think we need to be careful that we don't create this sort of false view of pristine nature versus when we are a city and perhaps we have land at Measure E where we need capacity to be able to achieve our climate goals. So it's obviously a work in progress, something that council will measure on, but I do feel that there's an environmental justice issue that needs to be, the council and our community needs to be sensitive to when, for example, our biosolids which is part of the purview of the UIC, are sent to the Central Valley and have a social impact out there.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. At the same time, there might increase the carbon footprint as well. So measurement of carbon footprint of the construction of whatever is going to go in there, and the delivery of the bio waste needs to be kind of measured also. So speaking of sustainability, I think that these are the views that needs to be examined birth to grave, right? Thank you.
Of course, and with my work on solid waste management and the international impact of that, I brought to council's attention that there's a huge climate footprint with sending our paper overseas. So cradle to grave has been my motto, and I hope to always contribute the true carbon footprint in all the decisions that we make.
Thank you. Is there any other questions on the council? If not, Mr. Winslow, would you like to provide your closing?
Yeah, again, my closing would be that I do think it's very important that the UAC look with more focus on water. And I observed that that skill base when I was examining was not on the UAC. Water is important, again, both for health, but we also have a one water strategy, and we need to work to balance out the water issues. In terms of the area of climate, I've been very interested in, again, the interchange between water. A great deal of our power is derived from water resources. And so, and also a great deal of our accomplishment on climate is benefited that we yield most of our power from water resources. So I think it's incredibly important for our community to examine what we can do in terms of generating local water resource strategies, local water storage strategies, and also, as you've seen me lift up, focus on enhancing the quality of our water that we drink and ingest. So I hope at least I brought some thoughts to council tonight. So thank you for letting me apply.
Thank you for applying, Mr. Winslow.
Okay. Take care.
And our next candidate is Jason Titus, followed by Max Rayner.
Hello, Mr. Titus. Nice to see you again.
It's been a little while. So my main reason for being interested in the Utilities Commission is really that it seems that we are in a time of pretty significant need of transformation and transition across most of the area that the Utilities Commission oversees and partners on, across energy usage, water usage, solid waste management. These are all things where we as a community have to shift substantially how we manage those things in a reasonably short period of time. And that is, of course, has to be done in a way that provides rock solid, reliable service, and at a time when providing that service is probably harder than it has been. Certainly, if we look at the electrical reliability of the past month or two, is probably not what we would want, but is driven mostly by things that are the changing environment that we're in. The areas where I feel that I can bring some skills to bear on that is I have spent a number of the last, 30 years working in different organizations, trying to make shifts, make transitions in areas where your ability to provide a reliable service were important. For years, I ran Yahoo Mail, and it was something that was growing really, really rapidly. A huge number of people absolutely depended on it, but we had to radically rebuild it. And so there was a huge amount of time saying, what are the things we want to do? What are our goals? What are the metrics we're going to have around our progress towards those goals? And how do we make sure that the threads of activity around these changes are done in a way reliability, and we would know if we did. And when I look at, I've been in Palo Alto for 20 something years, and have spent a lot of time, I think 12 years ago, put solar on our first place here, tried to did a whole set of efficiency work on our little place there, did solar again on another place. Every time the frictional cost as a consumer was high. The permitting, I think I heard some of the earlier folks talking about having vendors refuse to do service in Palo Alto, and that was my experience. We electrified our home this last year. I had multiple vendors who said, no, I'm not coming. Palo Alto, no thanks. And my personal experience even with the folks who were willing to work through it was that the frictional cost was very high. I spent a lot of time, far more money, so the payoff wouldn't happen. And yet I was doing the things that I believe are the stated goals of the council and the community. Lydia and I worked on the comprehensive plan committee as with Bob as well, years ago when we were talking about how do we want to have our community in the future. There's a bunch of things we want to do around moving to electrification, renewable energy. All these things are going to require that people get heat pumps for heating, heat pumps for water heating, for water heating. Those are all things that right now, like if you want to do a heat pump water heater right now, odds are it's going to be very expensive. And 98% of the people, by the time they will make the decision whether they do that or not, will be when their hot water heater has broken. And so to me, that's a experiential thing we have to work on, of how do we make it, if we want to work people through the transition to renewable energy, to electrification, to lower water usage, how can we instrument the things we care about, survey the ecosystem involved, so the customers, the partners, the HVAC providers, all these folks, and then actually measure ourselves as we go through this process to say, if it is 30 steps to do the right thing, how do we make it 2, 5, something fewer? And every month, how do we monitor that we're solving that? And we don't just solve the problems for the customers, we solve the problems for the HVAC vendors, we solve the problems for the utility, for the energy providers. And that, to me, that's a complex thing because it's a set of interplaying priorities. Sorry, I kind of rambled.
No, you're excited. Thank you so much. So we'll bring it back to council for any questions you may have. Go ahead, Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So have you been following our Utilities Commission much?
Yeah, I've taken part in some of the sustainability subcommittee meetings, and I've gone back and watched a number of the meetings. And I did see some great things on metrics of install time and such, and the improvements there.
So out of the various major areas that the UAC is having a role in, have you had any observations or opinions on ways in which the commission should be pushing the ball forward more aggressively, or really challenging staff to re-examine certain assumptions that they're making or approaches that they're making?
I think you brought one up a few minutes ago, I think, which was around demand management. And that to me is one of the things where I feel like we need to be stepping back enough from how we currently operate to say, if we need to manage load and we have these ever-growing consumption, and as we electrify, it will grow more. I think it's vital that the committee doesn't get caught in the trap of just what are the current projects, what is the current day by day efforts, to be able to say what are the bigger things we should be doing. How can we think about not just increasing capacity but also reducing demand, whether that's through efficiency or demand management, all those things.
Councilmember Lowing.
Yeah, you've compared to the other candidates that you know have applied and some of whom you've listened to, what do you feel like is your difference, your differentiator vis-a-vis those folks?
I think I wouldn't put myself energy tech, although I do spend a lot of time following that. I think the thing that I would bring to the table that might be different is just a fairly long set of experience in bringing together different parties and helping understand the motivations of those involved and figuring out how to align them. Because I think the reality is this will not be a technology solution. Like technology will play an important role in the transitions we have to go through, and that's important. But I think it is an ecosystem of all these different players, of vendors and partners and contractors and customers and regulatory issues. And those things require being able to understand those dynamics and figure out how to align them. My last big gig at Google for the last 6 years was running all of the developer ecosystem. So people who build things with Google's tech, and its startups and in its investment companies and individual developers and big companies. And there was a lot of saying, well, what is it that they want to do and these folks want to do? And how can we get them aligned in a way where everybody feels like they're getting what they want and we're moving the ball forward on what our top level goals are? And I think, to me, like that's one of the hardest things about government. But I think that in this case, we didn't always agree with everything on comprehensive plan committee when you're talking about where should Palo Alto go. The thing everybody agreed on was we need to deal with climate change. We need to drive sustainability. The problem, I think, for most of our city residents right now is it's not clear how they can do that. And the things we recommend them to do they don't quite hit a brick wall, but it's certainly pretty painful.
Thank you, Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you so much for applying. As I listen to you, I'm struck by the fact that you think differently, and different ways of thinking are necessary on a governing body for sure. My question for you is, when you're on a body where everyone else doesn't think like you, and you're really clear that we could implement a set of processes and protocols that allow for better decision-making, looking after the present while caretaking the future simultaneously, you first have to convince the people you're working with that your way of doing it is valid. Clearly, you've had experience with that. Can you give us an example?
I have perhaps a humorous one. So I was a VP of engineering at Google for the last 6 or 8 years. I was at Google for 8 years. I'm pretty sure that I'm in a very small percentage of them that was not an engineering major. I studied political and social thought, philosophy and political science. And I think that is like my skill, once again, is sitting in a room full of people who have a particular mindset or a couple of different mindsets and being able to say, yes, I understand this. What you're saying is this thing. Oh, okay. And what you're saying is what we're trying. Do we all agree that where we're going is that way? Okay. How do we shift? How do we focus on it? Of course, the numbers have to roll up. Of course, we have to be considering equity. We have to, all these different things have to balance. But how are we going to know we are making progress towards that goal?
Thank you. And with the remaining minutes, would you like to give us your closing, Mr. Titus?
Yeah, I mean, I can say I last year quit my job because I want to focus on climate change. And for full transparency, part of what that's meant is we're investing in heat pump companies and deep geothermal drilling and like personally. And so I'm advising startups that are doing that. Not because I'm an expert on deep geothermal drilling, but because of some of the things we're just talking about, because there's a lot of problems that are around that. And so I do think like this is something I'm focusing on. I have spent enough time to understand the dynamics and pain involved in committees that have to deal with a lot of overhead work. But I think this is the most important thing to focus on.
Thank you very much for applying. Madam Clerk.
All right, our next candidate is Max Rayner, followed by Robert Phillips.
Hello, Mr. Rayner.
Hello, good afternoon. As I understand it, you want a brief introduction.
Yes, please.
By education, computer science and systems engineering, then an MBA in finance. By trade, I co-own a management consultancy. We focus on hospitality and travel, but operate my stock in trade is to solve problems for clients. And having been at Palo Alto now since 2009, before that in Mountain View, and with one kid about to be ready for college, I thought that it might be time to attempt to contribute. And that's why I'm here.
Well, thank you for applying. I'll bring it back to council for questions. At this moment, I don't see any lights, but I'd like to ask. So, as you know, most of matters that we discuss with regards to rates, utility rates go through the UAC first, where then the recommendation goes to council. So I was just kind of wondering, how would you address the hiding of a secret tax by using excessive charges on utilities to transfer funds from its municipal utility to pay for basic city services? And then also with regards to Measure L, how would you address that?
My general view is that good governance is primarily about a well-informed citizenry. And so I find that was a mistake. And to the extent that it was allowed to carry on because nobody stood up and yelled that the milk was soured in the cafeteria, you would find me among the people that would be flagging that there was a problem.
So can you elaborate more on the mistake?
It appears that there was intentional or not, a choice to put forward a policy to fight in court for a long time in a way that was middling deceptive. And that I find objectionable, because if the intention was to go to the citizens and say, hey, we do great things for you as a city, and you should pay more taxes, then there's a perfectly honest way of proceeding.
I apologize for asking this, but I was just kind of wondering, were you following all the UAC meetings as well as the finance committee as well as council meetings in regards to these topics?
Only sporadically. So I'm not an expert. And
I appreciate that. Thank you. Councilmember Burt?
Thank you. So I wanted to understand actually that your last comment on this on Measure L,
for example.
So what did you think was deceptive?
So as I understand it, some of the surplus from utilities charges is recycled for general city purposes. I find that less than transparent.
So,
but tell me if I understand it wrong.
Well, I'm not quite sure what's not transparent. It's every year reported in a fully transparent manner. We've had civic debates on that for many years. So what's not transparent?
Oh, well, I'll tell you that if you polled the vast majority of citizens in Palo Alto, they would have no idea that there was a hidden tax.
A tax? You're saying a tax that the general fund transfer,
if you charge people for something that is not related to the direct costs, in economic terms, it's a hidden tax.
Okay, and you know that the vast majority would not know that. How?
I don't know that. I said if we polled it, I would make a way.
Since I don't see any lights, Mr. Rayner, in terms of sustainability and energy use, a lot of it is tech in the tech section. How would you fit in the natural environment, or do you think the natural environment should be part of the solution for climate change, addressing climate change?
Part of the reason why people resort to technology like solar panels is out of a legitimate concern for the natural environment. There might be cheaper things to do right now this year. But would they be better in the long term? No. It's a common perception. The previous speaker mentioned that as well, that there's less than complete cooperation between planning and development and utilities commission. And there's a sense that half of the city is pulling toward more solar deployment, more batteries, more things that would be great for the environment. And half of the other half is making it so difficult that as a consumer, I had to offer to pay extra to have somebody be willing to install solar panels in my home.
And so solar is very encouraging, obviously, because it's a natural resource that we're going to be getting. And if we have the storage, that would be great. At the same time, with the electrification, we're going to require to expand on our electric grid and modernize it. That's, of course, a lot of money. As a UAC commissioner, how would you ensure that the rates are going to be reasonable and not as excessive as some of the charges that you've made mention of?
So my view, just stemming from basic economics, is that unless if you're operating for profit, and it's unclear that the Palo Alto utility should operate purely for profit. Otherwise, they ought to be a private company. Then you ought to look at transfer costs plus what you need for capital investments in the future. And that's a matter of analysis and figuring out what's the least you can charge that satisfies those needs. It's unclear to me that we've been operating on that basis.
I see. I had a question in mind and it escaped me.
if I may add something?
Yes, please.
I'll give you an example of suboptimal behavior that the commission, in cooperation with other parts of the town administration, could improve. Knowing that I would want 2 electrical cars and knowing that I would want to put solar panels, when I remodeled my home, I asked to have 400 amps so that I could sell back as much power as possible. Was denied on the grounds that, you don't need it right now. That's just a waste because the trench was open. We could have put in the wiring for 400 amps. It would have been better for the city, better for me, better for everybody. And yet the default position seemed to be hostile rather than cooperative.
That's a point that we'll take and put in mind. Councilmember Burt?
Yeah, just to follow up on that last point, are you aware that the increase in the in panel sizes is what's triggering essentially a crisis in our ability to accommodate electrification of people needing power for EVs and home electrification, because that's what triggers the transformer upgrades. And that's why our utilities does not grant panel upgrades greater than the need at this time. Are you?
I fully understand that there's a need for not allowing, say, a Bitcoin farm to be set up.
No, I'm not talking about a Bitcoin farm. I'm talking about your situation.
For my situation.
Yeah.
2 electrical cars, then the permitting rules would allow 400 amps. To deny it at that time, I thought was borderline capricious.
And just one other follow-up on this Measure L discussion. We had a whole community debate around that measure. But despite all of that community debate and numerous editorials and in the newspapers, et cetera, you still think was somehow not transparent?
I do, and I think it's wrong-headed to think that every citizen in Palo Alto is as well informed as you and other council members are.
Sorry, did you think I said every citizen in Palo Alto?
Just, enough of them that it would make a difference. In other words, conducting a debate among insiders between Palo Alto Daily and
Okay.
city council members is not the same as informing every citizen.
I see. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rayner.
welcome.
I really appreciate your application. Thank you.
Our next candidate is Robert Phillips, followed by Benjamin Puru online.
Hello, Mr. Phillips.
Hello.
And
First
can
of
you
all,
move the mic a little bit closer to you? Thank
usually
you.
I have the opposite problem. People a minute. Hello. First of all, I appreciate the council's endurance and that you're still at least pretending to pay attention. So that's good. My name is Robert Phillips, and I'm applying for a position on the Utilities Advisory Commission. I've been a resident of Palo Alto, God help me, since 1982. And among many other things, I've really appreciated the general reliability and reasonable cost for the most part of the utilities. I also appreciate the hard work of the staff and the hard work of the crews I've seen clearing. And I know we had some less than optimal outcomes somewhere, but talking to friends of mine in other cities, I think we had it pretty well. And I think the crews deserve credit for that. As background, I have a PhD in management science and engineering from Stanford University. I've spent my career helping government agencies and companies make better decisions using analytics and data. As a consultant, this was many years ago, but I worked with multiple electric utilities on planning and pricing issues, both in the United States and the United Kingdom and in South Korea. I was a lecturer and senior scientist at Stanford, a professor at Columbia University Business School, and head of marketplace data science for Uber and head of pricing analytics for Amazon. So what? What the linking concept, and the thing I'm very passionate about, is systems that combine complexity from the technical point of view, environmental point of view, human point of view, and economic point of view, and understanding them and doing the right thing. So I think the Utilities Advisory Commission is a great forum for doing that, and I would very much appreciate the chance to serve.
Thank you. And we bring it back to council for questions. And with that, since I don't see any lights yet, I'll get started. So Mr. Phillips, you've worked with many different utilities or power companies in many different countries. And that's an interesting perspective. But more importantly, I was wondering, how do you work with these aspects in terms of using your mathematical background?
Work with what aspects in particular?
In terms of finding pricing and optimizing the pricing?
Well, I mean, most of the work I did with electric power systems was helping plan large-scale planning over many years. So helping them understand what the implications of different sorts of activities it might take. Also, for electric power, how to schedule different types of generating capacity at different times to make sure that your supply is meeting demand. So also designing and thinking about demand management programs more being used. So those are some of the areas I worked in with electric power anyway.
Thank you. Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So I wanted to follow on a little more on how that professional background might translate to the Utilities Advisory Commission in a range of issues. Certainly, the transformation of our grid will be a major change in the coming years. And I'm just interested in to what degree you've been coming to understand the relationship between what level of grid transformation we will need, and various load management measures that are potentially there that could mitigate that?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, I think the need to transform the grid to accommodate much more local source of power, particularly solar in the home, and many of those issues, and still maintain reliability, because we have intermittents like wind and solar that do not necessarily provide their power at the time when people want it. One of the parts for demand side, I think I would love to see the city start with better information, helping people know this is when charging your Tesla would be best for the environment in terms of what is the marginal resource here. Maybe you don't want to do it at this point because despite our purchases of different types of power, the marginal is going to be natural gas providing that. So I'd love to just see starting small. I mean, of course, metering to the home would be great. The transformation of the grid, again, I have not looked at it entirely. I mean, it must be, an enormous effort if we're thinking we're going to take more wind from Arizona and bring the power in here, and we're going to be balancing it with individuals who have solar. It's a massive problem. I guess I'm admiring the problem, as I say, rather than providing a solution.
Thank you. Councilmember Rinker.
Thank you. And thank you for applying, Professor Phillips. My question is somewhat related to that. It's also related to your comment in your application about understanding the underlying economics of electric power and natural gas. And so Councilmember Byrd asked you about the physical transition of our reliance from gas to electrification. I want to ask you a little bit about the economic side of that. And there was an allusion earlier, I don't know if you were here at that point, about as gas usage comes down, and we're burdened with some fixed costs of infrastructure, how do you see the pricing profiles working as we do this transition?
Yeah, I think, again, I'll start by admiring the problem. I think it's going to be an enormous problem for the city as it tries to back off gas in a sensible fashion. I mean, for one thing, gas is generally the cheapest form of energy, and people who are relying on gas are often the least affluent within a community. I don't know if that's true at Palo Alto, but I'd be surprised if it wasn't. So, and as you back off, as you say, you've got these stranded costs, as they used to call them in the utilities industry. How do we make sure we're not burdening people? I mean, maintaining the stability of the gas network, which is super important, without burdening the ability of people who are, again, among the least affluent in order to pay for very expensive transitions. And, I think it's just a problem that needs to be sat down and recognized. I haven't seen it recognized in so many words. I did listen into the budgeting, several of the utility advisory committee meetings. So I don't know the extent to which people are thinking about that yet. Obviously you are, which is great.
Thank you. Councilmember Lithcott-Heems.
Believe it or not, I had a very similar question again. But, the model I'm getting in my head, I've heard economists say, you know what, we don't have to convince everybody to electrify because it's by their gas bill. But you've just both made the point that the people more likely to be still using gas or lower income, so they may not be able to yield to the financial incentive. Well, that doesn't necessarily make sense. Anyway, I guess the question that I am asking is there a natural point at which for the consumer, it will become clear, I have to electrify ASAP? And how does the city manage that?
Yeah, I guess, some of the people, obviously this enormous 5x spike in gas prices concentrated a lot of minds on electrification, that we saw, I think, in December and January. So certainly people who would not have thought about it otherwise. That's, of course, that's the heavy-handed way to do it. If you raise gas prices high enough, yeah, sooner or later everybody will change. But how do you mitigate that somehow for the least affluent, the people who can't afford to go out and convert to a heat pump right away, or, who are dependent on that, I think is a question, maybe going even beyond, Utilities Commission.
Mr. Phillips, if you'd like to take the remaining time to give us a closing.
Sure. I'm a great believer in the goals of providing the most reliable and low-cost service to residents, along with long-term sustainability and minimizing environmental impacts. I think, one of the places I can contribute is help trade those goals off. Like anybody who's, worked in government, everybody has 5 different goals and they all need to be traded somehow. I believe it's really important to maintain reliable and affordable utilities, not just for the health of the overall community, but again, I think for the least affluent among us, it's super important. We talk a lot about housing costs, but I don't think we should be burdening people with inordinate utilities costs either. I think it's also something we need to think about. So, I look forward to having the privilege to work with the commission and the city council, staff, and the residents on these challenges.
Thank you so much for applying, Mr. Phillips.
Thank you.
Our next candidate is Benjamin Piru online, followed by Mr. Greg Hood.
Hello, Mr. Piru. I just want to make sure that you know the process. I'm not sure if you heard me when I said it earlier. You have a full 10 minutes for the interview. You can start the beginning first minute with an intro, and then the last 45 seconds or 30 seconds for closing. Please proceed. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you all today. I'm Benjamin Piru. I'm a Bay Area native, not from Palo Alto. I've only been in Palo Alto since August of last year. I've lived all over the country, but mostly in California. I'm from San Francisco originally, born and raised in the Bayview. Went to Berkeley for undergrad, majored in English, minored in math. Did the first 10 years of my career after undergrad in energy policy. So at the California PUC, I was a junior advisor to one of the commissioners there. And at Southern California Edison, I was primarily focused on infrastructure policy as well as solar interconnection process work. And then I went into working for a solar company, the largest in the world at the time, and did interconnection policy. I don't know if anybody's familiar with interconnection here, but interconnection are the rules involved with putting solar on the grid, and it's awful, and it always has been awful, and I've been trying for most of my career to figure out how to fix that. After the solar company I was working for went bankrupt, and I was laid off, I went to law school because I figured, hey, a lot of the policy people who I looked up to and wanted to work like in the rest of my career, they all had law degrees, and so I went to law school to focus on energy regulation, energy law, environmental policy, climate change law and policy as well. And all of my internships were all energy focused. My coursework was all designed to be energy policy minded. And when I graduated, my first job was at SoCalGas doing energy efficiency policy, leading that team there. And now I'm at another solar developer where I'm the director of grid integration, where I'm in charge of interconnection yet again, and trying to work with utilities and regulators across the country to figure out how to get more megawatts on the grid and to improve the grid wherever we can.
Thank you. I'll bring it back to council for questions. Councilmember Byrd.
Thank you. Tongue in cheek, I was going to ask you if you have any interest in energy policy, but
not at all.
I think you answered that. Yeah.
I was really hoping to go back to doing water stuff,
Yeah. So can you give us a little bit of insight on how you would translate your experiences in the various areas of statewide and with a PUC and CalISO and otherwise down to a relatively small utility like ours and the issues that we're facing on our grid modernization and trying to determine the best pathway forward of how we increase the grid capacity as needed, as fast as is needed, with ways in which we may mitigate that demand through smarter systems, lower wattage systems, and local distribution and generation.
Yeah, that was a lot in that question. I think it's a mistake to think that Palo Alto is so different from everywhere else that's dealing with the same issues that Palo Alto is dealing with. I work very heavily in the Northeast right now, and they're dealing with exactly the same things that you guys are thinking about, in terms of, well, we want to increase capacity, but the grid is so old and we don't really know how to get there. And so there's a lot of lessons learned that we can bring from all over the country down to Palo Alto. And it may not be a one-to-one correspondence in terms of what the regulation in Maine is versus what the regulation will be here, but there are definitely things that we can glean from what has worked and what hasn't worked. I think also you talked about distributed generation and energy efficiency and demand side management, that kind of thing. I think all of those are great ideas and should be explored. And there's often missed the opportunity for getting developers, solar developers or other renewable developers, to come in and help with the grid themselves. And they are willing to do as much as they can. As long as they get to build solar, they'll build your grid if you want them to. They just need the right incentives and the right regulatory framework to be able to do that. And so I think there's a lot of opportunities that can be explored to achieve the goals of Palo Alto.
Thank you.
Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor Ku, and thank you, Mr. Peru, for applying. And I note you were laughing about going back to water policy, but you would be on this commission because that's one of the utilities that's within its purview.
Right.
But my question is, in your work currently at Nexamp, one of the items you list as within your activities is advocate for company strategic initiatives with utility and state regulatory leadership. And I'm wondering if that is within this state or with other entities that would also be governing or interacting with the Palo Alto utilities.
Nexamp is a growing rapidly company, but their main focus has been the Northeast and the Midwest, and there's very little interest in California right now. In the West, they want to go to Hawaii. And so yeah, there's a lot of talk about the projects that we want to build in Hawaii, but not so much in California, especially not in Northern California. But nothing up here. Not sure why that is, but
do you think your learnings from that advocacy, though, in other parts of the country would translate and be helpful on your role on the Utilities Commission?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think being able to listen to all the different perspectives from all the different states gives me an edge in the sense that I can bring, like I said, the lessons learned and what is working elsewhere to the commission and present those as ideas to work here. And in terms of the advocacy that I work on, or the relationship development that I do day to day, I expect that I would be able to put me in the room and I'll be able to convince anybody to see the right way, whether that's my way, the other person's way, or somewhere in between. I'm a strong believer in finding consensus wherever that may be.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lowing.
Yes, I'd like you to get a little bit more specific in your answer, which will answer my question, but your answer to Councilmember Burt was sort of like, hey, you want to get the grid up, just let me know. Can you just get specific about if that is our major goal? What can you do based on your experience and your template that you can get that to move ahead much more quickly than we might be able to do right now?
Yeah, I think one of the ways that solar developers will get interested in a particular place is if they have the correct regulatory framework, whether that means that the timelines are short, or the costs to actually interconnect are low, or their incentives to interconnect outweigh both of those things. And if we can bring developers, whether it's solar or it's battery storage or other kinds of alternative renewable resources to the state and to Palo Alto with those kind of regulatory frameworks, then they will come and they will want to build the grid for you because it'll pencil in the end. I also wanted to comment about other technologies to enhance the grid enhancing technologies, as they're called, or grid edge technologies. There are plenty of developers that are up and running now and are going to be up and running in the near future, who can put their software and hardware solutions onto the grid at substations, at transformers, to prevent the need for costly upgrades. So that's another way that we can directly involve industry with increasing the capacity at the grid level without having to go through the upgrade process. But as I said, if you provide the right structure for developers to come in, they'll build your grid out for you, and they'd be happy to do so.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to, well, I think the time is up, so thank you very much for applying, Mr. Furry.
Thank you for the time.
All right, next.
Our next candidate is Greg Hood, followed by Chris Tetcher.
Hello, Mr. Hood.
Good evening, Council. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I, like many of the other applicants, was very excited to see that there were some vacancies this year. I am not an energy wonk, so some of the conversation that I bring is much more basic. I've been a contractor for over 45 years, been licensed in California since 1993. Went to Berkeley, received a master's in construction engineering and management. Since that time, I was among many projects, was the electrical project manager for the new spillway up at Folsom Dam. And I was also very much involved in a DARPA project down at Fort Irwin, which produced 5 megawatts of electricity. Subsequently sent overseas to Afghanistan as part of the DARPA project. Why I'm here today is because, number one, I live here. My wife and I have been here for 7 years, moving here. We love the town. I have to commend both the council and the commission and the utilities that this is one of the few very, very truly public utilities. Most of the utilities are, obviously they've got shareholders and other considerations, which makes this truly unique. I think that there are some things that we could talk about as far as various sources. I think the conversation around natural gas is interesting, since 95% of our hydrogen is generated from natural gas, and hydrogen may become one of our best storage considerations. Along the same lines, I have yet to hear anybody talk about micro reactors. Yes, atomic. I think it is worthy of consideration. Yet our biggest challenge is not sourcing power, but storing power and distributing it within our city limits. The idea of privatization, not so exciting. I think that's going exactly in the opposite direction that the city's been trying to go in for years. So with that, unfortunately, I think it's going to come down to revenue. Right now, the city's per kilowatt charge, as I found online, was 23 cents. I think that's remarkable, since PG&E is posting that it's 33 cents on their system. So we've got about 30% less cost in our system than everybody else. I also know that there are some upcoming charges. There's some things that weren't discussed this evening. Obviously, water was discussed. We have waste disposal. We have stormwater. There's a whole slew of things that go along with this appointment. It would just be a tremendous honor to be able to serve the community.
Thank you, Mr. Hood. Vice Mayor Stone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thanks for applying, Mr. Hood. I found your background being a contractor interesting. How do you see that informing your work on the UAC?
Well, I'm also an electrical contractor. So when we start having discussions about the interaction between the city services, particularly the building department, in trying to implement systems, I can certainly attest to how that works or sometimes doesn't work. It could be a very laborious process and a lot of people get turned off, and then they start bootlegging systems in. Right now, there's the consideration of the advanced metering infrastructure, AIM or AMI. And if people are not on board and do not buy into that 100%, our demand analysis is going to be highly flawed. And I can't tell you how many people are putting in car chargers willy-nilly. So, I mean, that would be one specific example.
Thank you. Mr. Hood, it's very interesting because you actually mentioned that it could, with the housing mandates of the 6,086 units, that it could increase the need for electricity by 23.3%. That's quite a lot. And, it'll be interesting. What do you experience when somebody contacts you to put in a heat pump water heater? What are some of the difficulties that you might see?
Well,
and recommendations, perhaps,
Well, the first thing you get is they get sticker shock. That is the absolute first thing. They can't believe that it costs so much to do anything. At which point they start going shopping, trying to find a cheaper solution. My experience has been that the building department has been very supportive. I know that they outsource a lot of their business, which is a financial consideration. Having somebody within the building department who actually is a specialist in this area, aside from Ron, probably extremely overwhelmed. I would recommend that for one thing. And having somebody who could actually go out and actually look at what people have before they start to install, have a consultant of some sort. Maybe it's the same person. I mean, it sounds very simple, but I come from a nuts and bolts background. That's where I live.
Thank you. Any other council members with questions? If not, I'm gonna ask you, so where does the natural environment fit into sustainability and climate change?
I have a particular concern about our water treatment plant. And I know that there's been a lot of discussion about rising sea level. And I think that, watersheds need to be protected. Open space needs to be protected and marshland needs to be protected at all costs. The challenge and I don't necessarily have an answer because I'm certainly not a professional in that area, but whether it's bioswales or whether it's some kind of tertiary remediation, whatever is necessary, when we start building dikes around everything, we're going to be looking at a very, very different scenario. Because all of a sudden water is going to be trapped and it's going to be restricted, and wildlife will not have the free roam of the land. So I don't know.
That's very insightful. Thank you. And with that, would you like to give us your closing?
Well, again, thank you very much for this opportunity. I would very much welcome being part of the commission. I can see myself offering a very different perspective. And with that, thank you.
Thank you for applying, Mr. Hood.
Our next candidate is Chris Toucher, followed by Megan Motter online.
Hello, Mr. Toucher.
So good evening to some of you. What a town we live in, my goodness. Chemistry PhDs specializing in batteries and Stanford professors and Google executives who quit their job to pursue sustainability. I do not come to you with years of experience as a CPUC policy advisor or consulting utilities around the world. I'm quite new in my interest in electricity, battery storage, our energy future. But I have deep roots in the community and a keen interest to serve. So I came to Palo Alto. I was brought here over 50 years ago as a little kid, grew up, went to school. I've been a homeowner here since 95. I have managed to sneak out of the city limits a couple of times. Seriously, I went away to college and I worked in Europe for several years with a US consulting firm, went to Harvard Business School, was a reporter in South Africa and in New York City, but came back in 95 to begin a career in tech. I was with Netscape kind of early on. And then in the last 12 or 15 years, I've been in healthcare and health tech. Last year, we've sold my most recent health startup, but last year I developed a keen interest in all things electric and grid related, and I'm now doing some consulting work, one projects with a long duration or grid scale battery company with technology that spun out of Stanford Materials Sciences I'm quite excited about. But really the reason I'm here is a keen interest to serve the community, because in all these years, I've left all that amazing work and energy to people like you. So thank you. And with the exception of coaching more soccer kids than I could shake a stick at, I guess that's not a coaching technique in favor anymore, but lots of soccer coaching, and I moonlighted as a pandemic. But now I'm at a point where I have the time, the energy, and a lot of interest in serving the community. So I'm well aware that the Utility Commission has a broad purview, a large portfolio of utilities. They're not all front page hot issues like, Tesla charging or solar panel pricing or 80 by 30. But, there are things like where we're going to put or how we're going to pay for the $50 million wastewater facility, or, why gas prices spiked to $4 something a couple of months ago and how one treats that equitably. Fiber to the home and whether it makes sense to compete with AT&T. I realize there are many things we're going to deal with, but for me, the animating topic and key focus is grid modernization, which I see as one of the biggest challenges facing the community, especially in a climate where there is some just skepticism about the town. And I just heard a candidate earlier talking about, this, what is it, illegal tax or funds transfers, or people complaining in the newspaper about the salary levels of the staff. There's going to need to be a lot of community buy-in and persuasion and public relations or community relations to get us from here to there across, I dare say, I'm not exactly sure of the numbers, but hundreds of millions of dollars of CapEx to really modernize the grid, years of work that it's going to take, and some very difficult questions. And that's just a challenge I would love to help with. So let me take questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you so much for applying. I do need to acknowledge that your wife and her mother, or your mother, are in the audience. I had the pleasure of serving, I believe it's on the board of the YWCA Mid-Peninsula with your partner, wife, now judge,
That's my sister, Allison.
Sister. Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
I'm imputing family relationships all
Yeah.
wrong. I apologize. Anyway, hello. Good to see you all here. To the point of
Thank you.
having to open the conversation with the community around the grid, tell us how you'd begin.
Well, I listened to some of the questions in prior interviews and thought, is it the role? Would I begin? Would I do it? It's the, I see the UAC as A for advisory. So it's going to have to begin with working with the utility, with the staff. How does one begin? Well, for one, I believe, like I'm sure most in the community, that Palo Alto utility is pretty fantastic, and price starts with pricing. The price that we have as compared to PG&E and any and everywhere else, not to mention the clean energy portfolio of our power sources. We have a good thing going, and in one of the UAC meetings that I attended, or I think I watched on TV, this one, came a comment from a commissioner who said, as a joke really, oh man, we ought to put the SoCal Edison pricing in the bill. And it was a throwaway, but I thought, no, seriously, we should do that. Not quite, but just better communication on bill, that people realize that the 19 or 23 cents now, I believe, that we're paying per kilowatt hour or per kilowatt hour, it compares so favorably with people across the border, in the next town and the rest of California and the rest of the country even. So it starts with just reminding people of the benefits of what we have right now in the utility, I think. But that doesn't even touch on the very difficult issues of, when you have to upgrade 35 kiloamp transformers to support, a small little neighborhood, and one house is driving all the usage and everyone needs to come along, and there are going to be real challenges that are all part of better communication. And I think that starts with, that it's the UAC's job to work that through the staff.
Councilmember Venker.
Thank you, Mayor Koo, and thank you, Mr. Tucker, for applying. So we're talking about selling it to the community or getting community buy-in. Well, you do have a marketing phrase here in your application called a grid for tomorrow, which I rather like, where you talk about components such as hourly renewable energy matching, smart use of battery storage, vehicle to grid, two-way charging, et cetera. So to me, commissions, like boards, work best when you have a variety of skills around the table, and you're an advisor to a couple of startups in this area. So if you were advising us in this board, tell us what you bring to the puzzle. You've seen some of these other people with their PhDs, as you mentioned, that would help get us to build this grid for tomorrow that you envision.
For one, I have deep roots in the town, in the community. I know a lot of people just by virtue of living here and being part of the community. It starts with that. There were a couple of things in your question around, I have worked with boards. I've typically as one of the executives presenting to a board. I see this UAC as slightly the other way around, but I know how board meetings work. I think I know something about best practices in a board meeting, and the right collaborative, but also sometimes tough love way that boards need to work with staff. Again, for most of these 20 years of board meetings, I've been staff. And in my observation, there are certainly ways that, the dynamic of the UAC to staff relationship in these board meetings could be maybe better, more rigorous in terms of reporting and ongoing reporting. And I've seen I've watched many presentations in the last several months of meetings that just felt like questions from the commissioner should have been better predicted, better prepared for, as opposed to good question, I'll come back to you with an answer offline. And metrics perhaps ought to have been more front and center every meeting, so that all commissioners, everyone in the room really is tracking progress on everything from finances to progress on a capital plan.
Thank you. Councilmember Lowing.
Yeah, there's some overlap with Councilmember Vinker's question, but my starting point of the question is, why start here? We have a lot of commissions. They don't all have the technical learning curve. As you said, you didn't have the PhDs, which is perfectly fine. So you could have jumped in your first community service anywhere, and you're picking this.
No,
So,
I'm very specifically interested in justice. And it is because of a keen passion, albeit new, for the grid. I believe that with all our talk here locally of 80 by 30, or on a national level, on a global level, the problems that Palo Alto, at a high level, the problem Palo Alto faces is not different than around the country, where the plunging cost of solar and wind and it's becoming just abundant, and all of it is the sound of one hand clapping, unless we have an intelligent and efficient and robust grid to deliver it to people.
Okay.
I mean, we're not prepared for people putting in, EV chargers that are going to suck down 3 kilowatts at the wrong time of day. We are dabbling or, piloting AMI, alternate metering projects, but these things need to be done, I think, at a faster pace, so that someone said, I think one of you said, it's the bill that ultimately that will steer consumer behavior and get conversion, but that bill is not going to start working until we have time of day metering. And so things like that are what just really draw me as it's a big problem that needs solving. And that's why eeny, meeny, miny utility.
Thank you, Mr. Tucci. And thank you for your application. And for following your family is a family of public service. So thank you for applying.
Thank you.
Our next candidate is Megan Motter online, followed by our final candidate, Claude Ezrin. Go ahead, Megan.
Hello, Ms. Motter.
Hi, my name is Megan Motter. I'm a faculty member at Stanford University. I hold several appointments. One is in the Civil and Environmental Engineering Department, where I work on water policy and infrastructure policy, particularly related to water and energy interactions. The second is in the Department of Global Environmental Policy, where I also work on some of those same topics. And then the third is as the research director for the National Alliance for Water Innovation, which is a DOE energy water hub, which focuses on sustainable desalination and fit for purpose water reuse. Throughout my career, 15 to 20-year career in the water space, I've had the tremendous pleasure of working closely with water utilities. And honestly, it's been both the most exciting and fun part of my career. It's also been the part of my career where I've had the greatest learnings. And so it would be an honor to contribute to my own city and serve on the UAC.
Thank you. I'd like to bring it back to council for questions. Councilmember Byrd.
Thank you. Seeing your background, including as a director at the Woods Institute on Energy and Water, that's a very interesting interrelationship between the two. That's often called the water energy nexus as well. But I'd like to zero in on the challenges that we're facing in Palo Alto in our transformation to full electrification of transportation and housing, and any thoughts that you have on the interplay between how much or how great of a grid modernization we need to do, in what time frame, and other measures that may mitigate those demands.
Sure. I like to think of the 3 pillars of this transformation. The first is energy efficiency. We have continually made lots of progress on that, but there's still opportunities to make more progress. The second is really grid modernization and enabling both behind the meter decarbonization solutions that are both the combination of generation and storage, as well as kind of in front of the meter or utility scale efforts. And then the third area is industrial energy flexibility and energy flexibility broadly, thinking about when and where electricity is consumed and helping to integrate those three aspects coherently. I don't work specifically on the process of rolling out grid modernization plans. I understand that many of the other candidates do. My expertise is a little bit more in how water utilities can help provide flexible loads to the grid as an industrial scale flexibility provider. But I'm eager to work closely with the utilities commissioner and director here in Palo Alto to really push forward some of these ongoing efforts with enthusiasm, but also, I think really with an eye toward understanding exactly, what it's going to take for all of the citizens of the city.
Thank you.
Ms. Motter, I just wanted to, I'm going to yield to Councilmember Lithcott Hames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you so much for applying. It's a pleasure to listen to you and learn from you. I'd love for you to say more about desalination. You're one of the few applicants who's spoken about water generally, and desalination is a very specific solution. Is it viable? Is it feasible? How far off is it? Is it affordable? I'd love to just hear your thoughts. And then if you were a commissioner, how would you introduce how would you join the conversation about the practicability of using desalinated water in Palo Alto?
Sure. There are many desalination plants around the country. I think there are something like 15 or 16 here in California alone. And yet there's a difference between seawater desalination and desalination as a unit process. We use desalination as a unit process to do everything from seawater desalination to industrial water reuse to municipal wastewater reuse. And a lot of my work with utilities, as well as my work as a researcher, is really deeply focused on using desalination processes as a tool for water reuse. Palo Alto is embarking on a pretty substantial partnership right now to think about reusing a very large fraction of wastewater and coming up with a plan for the city in terms of how that wastewater will be used and who it will be delivered to. And it would be an honor to work closely with the utilities director and others to really evaluate those contracts and understand how it is benefiting Palo Alto.
Ms. Motter, so I was just going to ask, you mentioned that you're pretty passionate about facilitating an affordable and just transition for clean energy as well as water use. And that you'd be interested in finding out more about federal financing. As you know, this is, the grid modernization as well as the water recycling plan. Be it if we do go into desalination, it's going to cost a lot of money and funding. Do you find it feasible to find this federal funding?
Yeah, so the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act as well, that in particular has several features that are specifically focused on providing support for utilities in advancing the water infrastructure. The Inflation Reduction Act also has some very big pieces around energy policy. And I am more familiar with the water elements than I am with the energy elements of those two bills, but I am very eager to, again, work with the utilities director to understand how to tap those resources effectively.
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, then Ms. Motter, would you please provide us a closing?
Sure. So I, as I mentioned, have technical expertise in water reuse, energy, water system integration, and decarbonization of the water sector. Largely, I don't know anything about fiber. I don't know, particularly large about some of the other aspects of the utilities, but I am certainly eager to learn. I will say, in addition to bringing technical expertise, I think I bring expertise in 3 other areas. The first is I have a great deal of experience working on committees. I serve on the faculty senate at Stanford, and I'm on the committee on committees, actually. I love the title more than anything, but I think that there's a certain role of just being a good committee member that I would be deeply committed to and interested in bringing to this committee. The second is really experience collaborating with utility operators. I can't tell you how much knowledge they have about what is happening on the ground and the constraints to implementation of big plans. Really, I don't even want to highlight the constraints. Implementing any plan requires a strong working relationship with the utilities director and the utility operators. And so I would be very deeply committed to building that relationship, maintaining that relationship. And again, it's a two-way street. I would hope that they are interested in learning from the committee. I would also hope that we would be open to learning from them. I would say that the last thing that I would bring to this committee is humility. I certainly understand when a decision crosses from the technical realm into a policy realm. And I see the Utility Advisory Commission as advising on the technical elements and bringing the more political decisions to the committee, to council, where as an elected body, ultimately, you are both responsible for making the final decision, but also, you're accountable to the citizens of our city and get elected on that basis.
Thank you, Ms. Motter. And, I do appreciate that, humility also includes understanding affordability for everyone involved, since we have a very different socioeconomic mix here in the city. Thank you. Thank you for applying.
And our final candidate is Claude Ezrin.
Last,
Ezrin.
not least. I believe, good evening, Council. I believe I have what it takes to be a strong contributor to the UAC. I'm not a specialist in a very specific field like a lawyer on energy policy. I think I'm more like a well-rounded individual with a lot of depth in very critical areas. Let me mention that first, I'm really motivated. I've applied to the USC several times over the years. I really would like to do this job, to be in this position. I also have a time. I'm retired. And more importantly, I have the skills. I have a master in science in electrical engineering. I learn a lot about energy, about electricity generation, transport, and many other technical things. So I have strong technical things to understand what the USC and the utilities are doing. I also have an MBA. I worked in corporate finance at Intel, so I'm comfortable with financial statements, P&Ls, capital investment, financing options. I also was on the HRC for 6 years with Greer. And I, in fact, was selected by my peers as vice chair and chair. And I think I demonstrated I could work very collaboratively with my peers. And also at work, I did that as well, worked as a team member. I also worked in green energy. I was with a fuel cell company. And lastly, I will say I'm
I'm also very involved in the community, and I've been like that for many years.
Thank you, Mr. Ezran. So I'll bring it back to council. Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Hi, Claude. Good to see you. Thanks for applying. So kind of going back to our HRC days and that experience that you had, how do you think the experience on HRC, how can you talk about kind of the type of the type of residents and issues that we focused on and served on the HRC? How do you think that would help apply here to the UAC?
So, certainly I understood how a commission works, how you work with a city, how you deal with important issues, how you work also with a community. We had, for instance, to have a relationship with many nonprofit organizations and look at their needs, see how we could help them. So, it gave me an ability with my colleagues, to be very attuned to our community, our clients, as I should say, the nonprofit organization that we are funding.
Mr. Ezran, you mentioned here that we certainly have some vulnerabilities, especially highlighted by the airplane crash on our poles and the city was out of electricity. What would be some of the ways that you would think that would make it more reliable?
Yeah, I think
your thoughts.
Yeah, this is something that I'm concerned, and I'm sure every citizen in Palo Alto is concerned. And we had exceptional storms, but maybe that's not the end of it. It could happen again, and sometimes caused by a squirrel or a bird or things like that. But you say no, that should not happen in Palo Alto, in Silicon Valley. So I think there are many things we could look at. Undergrounding. I know it's very expensive, but we should have like a plan to maybe slightly accelerate that if we can find the funding for that. I think that's would be something a bit more modern than having all these poles, and it would certainly improve reliability. I think we have to also look at why are transformers failing. Is there some preventive maintenance that we should do? Should we, when they are turned out, should we buy more reliable equipment? I think we need to look at the whole chain and find out where the weak links are.
Especially as we go into electrification, right? Transforming everything. So reliability and our residents having confidence that electricity is going to be provided. Any other questions? I see over here that you also have competitive rates, right?
Sorry, say that again?
You have in your application here that you're looking at also having to ensure that you have long-term electricity, gas and water, basically utilities at competitive rates.
Yeah.
But as somebody had said earlier, as you use one of the utilities less, or once you start using, once the utilities is used less, the cost seems to be higher because of the transportation costs, infrastructure costs, and so forth. So how would you see a way to mitigate that to the best that we could do?
Yeah, no, a good example of what you describe would be with refuse, with waste, because we encourage people to have less and less waste. This is certainly the thing to do. So they are going to shrink the size of their recycling bins, so that will bring less revenue to the city. Some will maybe get rid of their bins entirely. So I think we need to project that into the future, maybe put some reserves ahead of time so that we can deal with that. We want to encourage this thing. We want to have people use less gas, less electricity. So we have to make plans for that with some reserves. That might mean also ultimately, slightly raising rates, although I don't think we should be very careful about that. But making plans is key there.
And since I don't see any lights, I'll just ask you more questions. So where do you see the natural environment fitting into sustainability and climate change?
So I think, the city is doing the right thing, in terms of trying to convert people from gas to electricity. In fact, personally, when I built my house about 13 years ago, I was trying to get a heat pump installed, but nobody knew about it. Even I called City of Palo Alto Utilities, they didn't know about that. I think one thing the city utilities could do better regarding the heat pumps is show a bit better the financial implications for our customers. Maybe show them what the payback is. You invest in the heat pump, you're not going to consume gas, you're going to consume electricity, and over 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, whatever it is, you'll get your investment back. That would be a lot more convincing than just saying, which is still a good thing, it's good for the environment. We have also to show that it is good for the finances of the household.
Councilmember Burt?
Yes. Well, first, I just want to follow up and on that last issue, and our heat pump water heater program actually does that. So what we do is we subsidize the difference between a gas hot water, and in the program it shows the ratepayer that their savings in energy costs will pay for the city's subsidy. And so over the 5 or 7 years, they pay nothing to convert to a heat pump from a gas system. So that's along the lines of what you described is exactly the program that we have so far on heat pump water heaters. The next challenge will be having something similar on furnaces, which are not yet as high of a return on investment as the heat pump water heaters.
So I'm glad you mentioned this, but I see all the communications from the city, and maybe setting up front, not when you're ready to buy, but before that, because you need to make the first step to say, oh yeah, I'm interested, tell me more. But if you were saying that, on average, the payback for you will be 3 or 4 years, or whatever, you'll have probably more people who are going to click, say, oh, I'm interested.
Right. Thank you.
Mr. Asron, thank you so much for applying and for all the years of your public service. Thank you. Are we complete?
That was the last candidate for these 2 boards. The remaining 2 boards will be scheduled for the April 24th meeting.
Okay, April 24th meeting for the other 2 boards.
But just a note, these candidates you interviewed tonight, you'll be voting on them on Monday evening.
Okay.
I know that Councilmember Tanaka was supposed to be here. Is he all right?
I have not heard from him, but I will follow up with him.
Okay.
All right, and with that, we are adjourned. Thank you so much, Madam Clerk.